We have cooperated very good with the office here in Tallinn, the Nordic Council Ministers office. I will not use so many words before we start. We have structured the conference in 5 parts or sessions. We'll soon have the welcoming words. Then we have a keynote session with more global views on energy policies in our region and in Europe. We have then 3 thematic sessions. The first thematic session is on security of electricity supply and market volatility. And we will facilitate a panel discussion on this topic. Then we will have a session on energy efficiency policies. And in the end, we will tomorrow have a session on offshore wind and other renewables like geothermal energy. But first, I will not, this is my very short introduction, and over to the welcoming words, and I will first introduce to the floor Director of the Nordic Council of Ministers office here in Tallinn, Mr. Haglund. So I give the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you. See if the mic is working. Now it's working. Thank you, Johan, Excellencies, dear friends and colleagues. From our Nordic Council of Ministers office here in Estonia, we are once again very pleased to host and gather so many competent energy experts from the Northern European region. A warm welcome to Estonia, Tallinn, and to our conference. The Nordic Council of Ministers and its Energy Committee has been organizing this conference for many, many years already. The content and venue has changed during the years, and every time we also ask ourselves and also our participants and delegates if it is necessary to meet like this annually, and what do we want to achieve. Even though there always seems to be issues that need discussing and introducing in the field of energy, we somewhat have previously found ourselves in the illusion that everything is fine and we are moving in the right direction. International agreements hold, and we can make the clean transition step by step according to how it feels convenient for every stakeholder. If not before, then at last today we are faced with the reality that we have done too little and too slow. We have been way too naive and lazy and far too dependent on a terrorist state's fossil energy. We lack sufficient clean energy production, energy security, and supply is of a real concern. And let's not forget that while we are sitting here more or less comfortably, Russia is brutally attacking Ukraine. And since the Russians cannot manage to beat the brave Ukrainian army on the battlefield, the totally demoralized Russian army is indiscriminately targeting civilians, schools, power stations, even hospitals, and knocking out power, water, and heating in Ukraine's biggest cities. And right now, while we are sitting here, millions of Ukrainians are without a power supply. What Ukraine desperately needs now, in addition to arms in order to defend themselves and kick the Russians swiftly out of their country, is spare parts, generators, storage solutions, and other innovative means in order for them to restore power. After the peace comes, long-term and sustainable solutions are, of course, needed. So we live in turbulent times, and energy is now at the core of our debates on European and regional levels, even among ordinary citizens. But so far, we have mostly been whining about the high energy prices. I hope that the discussions soon will be more about how to keep our hunger for more and more energy on a sustainable level. The world is heating up at an unprecedented speed, but unfortunately there are still not nearly enough adequate, concrete actions taken in order to reduce emissions. For us, the organizers of this conference, we sense that it is really critical to get the energy market stakeholders regularly together in order to avoid misunderstandings, to build trust and forge new joint ventures. This conference is not that much about trying to amaze people with new enterprises and predict trends, but rather to speak with various stakeholders in order to seek common ground and build trust. The Nordic energy cooperation is historically very strong. We know this in particular with our history of the regional electricity market, which also stretches into the Baltic energy system. The agenda for this conference really touches upon the various objectives which are basic in how we develop our society. Energy policy making is a balancing act serving many objectives, since the policies are related to many areas such as security, climate and competitiveness. This makes our discussions here today very relevant. The last few months we have really shown that the issues are interlinked. Energy policies are put under pressure from many angles. This kind of conference is particularly important since we gather both policy and expert levels. And it's really good to meet face to face again. During all these years, we have been cooperating really closely with the Energy Committee of the Nordic Council of Ministers, now chaired by Norway, and we appreciate this cooperation very much. Big personal thanks also to Jean-Arnold, with whom it is always a joy to work with. Big thanks also to each and everyone who helped to make this conference possible. I started off from a rather gloomy standpoint, but since I'm an eternal optimist, I'm sure that Ukraine will kick out the Russians with the help of a united West, and that rapid and concrete measures will be taken in order to save this beautiful planet livable for coming generations. I wish all of you fruitful discussions filled with excellent and exceptional content. Thank you.
Thank you for nice words. Then we have the second welcome speech by the Vice-Chancellor of Ministry of Economics and Communication, old friend, Mr. Timo Tatar.
Thank you, Johan. Thank you, Christer. Thank you, Madis, for organizing this event today. We can assure you that the event was truly missed from Estonian energy scene, and I believe also the Baltic Nordic energy scene. Despite the difficulties we have had with COVID, with energy crisis, I'm truly satisfied to see you all here, and I believe many of you also in through internet means. Christer said already many important things. The Baltic Nordic Energy Cooperation is truly more important than ever. We are witnessing this year truly a stress test of energy. So just a couple of weeks ago, the Baltic Nordic energy DSOs published their outlook for the upcoming winter, and truly the messages there were that in order for us to successfully face the challenges of the upcoming winter, we have to build a strong trust to each other, to keep all the interconnections working, and to really show the solidarity which the EU internal energy market is built upon. So clearly this conference helps us to build the resilience needed to face the challenges, not only in each and every country, but everywhere else as well. And I believe all persons related to energy policy have been quite busy this year addressing the challenges our countries, our regions are facing to tackle the energy crisis we are witnessing. Is it then ensuring security supply, stocking up gas, building up alternative supply routes for gas? Is it introducing new measures how to help the households tackle with the high energy prices? One thing is important, that we shouldn't forget the long-term vision. What has bring us here clearly is not the way how we can go forward. Our dependence on imported fossil fuels from unfriendly countries have been too big, and clearly this energy crisis is a sign that we have to do things different. And I can assure you that from our energy point of view, we have learned from that lesson. A couple of weeks ago, our parliament passed a legislation which rises our renewable energy ambition to an entirely new level. We are seeking to achieve 100% renewable electricity by 2030. 100% means that by 2030, our renewable electricity generation must match our annual electricity demand in Estonia. This is clearly an ambition level which is not very common nowadays, but I believe that such conferences here, where we can learn from each other, helps us to really raise up the bar everywhere in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the job of the moderator to keep the time, and I think we are almost on time. Then we are starting the first session. I will introduce the first session, which we have called, which is the keynote speeches, which we have called Delivering EU and Energy Goals in the New Reality. The new reality we have heard about is, of course, the more turbulent times and the dramatic situation we have. We have heard that we have to deal with several objectives in energy policies on security of supply, competitive markets, and responding to the climate challenges and goals. So I'm really looking forward to hear from both the Commission, DG Energy, the International Energy Agency, as well as IRENA, and also Jean-Arnold Vinois from Jacques Delors Institute. Let's start with Ewelina. I think there's a change in the program. It's not Pierre Schellekens, it's Ewelina Hartstein, who will be online, I hope, if the technology functions, and she will give a status on the EU energy policy. This is a wide subject, but even more interesting. So I give the floor to Ewelina. Are you there? I don't know if Madis is there to assist. Otherwise, we jump to the next.
I'm here, but it will take a little bit time for Ewelina.
Yeah, which is the next speaker then? It's the International Energy Agency, Tanguy de Bienassis, from International Energy Agency, the Paris, you call it think tank. It's a think tank. It's a government-owned think tank. So I give the floor to you, if it's okay, straight away.
Thank you very much for having me. So my name is Tanguy de Bienassis. I'm an energy and finance, investment and finance analyst at the International Energy Agency in Paris. And today, what I'm going to present is actually the main findings of our latest World Energy Outlook 2022, which was just released a couple of weeks ago. So if I may ask to have the presentation on the screen. All right, I'll start without the slides for now. So the main I'm not sure. So maybe the main context for the writing of this year World Energy Outlook that we publish every year is that this year, oh perfect. So we think that this year and this energy crisis is actually the first truly global energy crisis that the world has ever experienced. There were pressures on energy markets and overall markets before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but the war actually tipped the world into full-blown turmoil, and the energy markets in particular. It's exacerbating pre-existing pressures, and especially if you look at inflation, for instance. The last time we saw mostly all countries around the world experiencing inflation above 6% was during the oil shocks of the 70s. So we are seeing a repeat of this, but in many respects, the burst of inflation is actually faster and stronger than what was happening in the 70s. And countries are now battling with increased prices of energy, food, and basic goods. The problem with this is also that if you look at who's suffering from that, we see that the most vulnerable populations are actually suffering, and it's the first time in decades that we actually see energy access numbers going down. So there are more people this year that don't have access to electricity or clean cooking than there was the year before, and that's the first time it happened in decades. So that's a very worrying sign. And so that leads to a central question that we're trying to address in this year's World Energy Outlook is how government will respond to that, and how the government response will actually, the central question is whether this crisis will actually be a help for energy transitions, or will it be an hindrance? And so we're trying to answer this using our usual scenario approach. So we use 3 scenarios in this World Energy Outlook. The first one is the stated policy scenario, which looks at the current policies that are prevailing in the various countries. Then we look at the announced pledges scenarios, and so that's a scenario that takes into account all the net zero pledges, all the nationally determined contributions, all the decarbonization pledges that have been made by countries but not yet enacted into law. And so that's the APS. And then we have the net zero scenario, which is our scenario that puts the world on track to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. So if we look at government response, one of the crucial tests to see how effective it is to look at clean energy investment. And so here you see the picture for clean energy investment since 2015, since roughly the Paris Agreement was signed. And so this includes renewables, but also nuclear, grids, batteries, energy efficiency, everything that we deem clean energy at the International Energy Agency. And so what you see is that it basically has been flat since the Paris Agreement. There are some slight uptick, and we might think that some costs have gone down, but it's clearly not enough to put us on track with keeping global warming below 1.5. But however, we're seeing a slight uptick in 2021, and we think that the recent policies that have been enacted are actually turbocharging this momentum of renewed clean energy investment. We expect that by 2030, in the stated policy scenarios, so policies that have already been enacted, clean energy investment could rise by more than 50% and reach 2 trillion in 2030. We see growth in all parts of the clean energy spectrum, in grids, in electric vehicles, heat pumps, clean power. But the fastest growth is happening from a low base, though, but is happening in key emerging clean energy technologies, such as hydrogen, batteries, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. There is one caveat, though, and I'm going to refer to this quite extensively in this presentation, is that most of this growth happens in advanced economies, and we need this to, we need emerging markets and developing economies to receive more funding for clean energy. So if we look now more into details in sectors, if we look at the electricity sectors, we think it's at a turning point in 2022. We've seen ups and downs in the last year. But the growth stories continue for the development of solar and wind turbines. Nuclear and natural gas have been down since the previous year. Nuclear because of the COVID pandemic that has delayed some planned and unplanned maintenance, and natural gas for the obvious reasons that we know, security of supply and high prices. We do see an uptick in coal. However, we think it is temporary and it's not as high as some would have anticipated. And actually, by 2025, coal is already down compared to the 2021 levels, and by 2030, coal is actually 10% less. Fired power generation is 10% less than it was in 2021. Nuclear benefits from reactors starting up again in Japan, for instance, and the story is very much that solar PV and wind are up 90% in 2030 compared to 2021. And actually, this is the first time that the renewable capacity additions actually outpace the rise in demand. So that's by that time, this is the first time we see actually renewables taking up some of the existing demand. As you probably know today, renewables are mostly meeting new demand. And so this is a turning point, we think, in energy history. And so what it means for emissions is that power sector emissions are actually reaching a peak within this decade, and they are down by 10% by 2030 and 35% by 2050. So this is a 5 gigatons emission reductions, which is about 15% of the amount that we have today. And so most of the reduction comes from advanced economies, but we have emerging markets and developing economies peaking a bit further in time and then reducing. Of course, much more is needed to get us towards the net zero emissions by 2050, and the power sector is really one of the sectors that should lead the way on that front. Now at the International Energy Agency, we look also at what is needed, at various aspects of what is needed to get us on track to net zero, and one of this is the manufacturing of clean energy technologies. And so if we look at what will be needed by 2030 in terms of manufacturing capacity, we see that what exists today, only solar is above the 20% manufacturing capacity. And so that's very concerning, because if we are to keep 1.5, we need to reach that green bar that you see. But there are some positive signs. If you look, for instance, at batteries for electric vehicles, today the capacity is about 900 gigawatt hours for batteries, and that's actually twice the level that is required by the current demand. So that's obviously a sign that manufacturers are anticipating a large growth for those technologies. If we look at all the announced capacity additions, we see that very positive sign coming from solar, which is, we think, if everything is done according to plan, we will have enough solar PV manufacturing capacity to be on track with the net zero deployment in 2030. And batteries for electric vehicles is still 15% lower than what would be needed, but with progress, there's hopes that this could reach the levels. We do see, however, big gaps in manufacturing capacity for electrolyzers and lithium, and it's very important that those are addressed if we want to keep up with the pace of clean energy transition. If we now look at gas demand, back in the days in 2010, way before I joined the IEA, the World Energy Outlook 2011 was anticipating a golden age of gas. And so if we look at what happened on the market, the last decade was indeed a golden age of gas. But now there are questions of how the current energy crisis and how concerns would affect the gas. And so there are also, gas is under scrutiny, obviously, from this affordability standpoint, from the security of supply standpoint, but there's also growing concerns of the use of natural gas from net zero pledges, from methane emission. We try to track that at the IEA. And so what we see is that the gas demand in the stated policy scenarios is actually plateauing fairly soon. To give you a sense, gas demand have been growing 2% per year this past decade, and we now anticipated that this growth would be 0.5% per year in 2030 and plateauing thereafter. So what it means, there's a strong reduction in demand in advanced economies, but which is offset by a slight increase in emerging markets and developing economies. If we now look at the impact of that plateauing demand on trade, we see that Russian exports to the European Union are obviously plummeting, and some of that export go to from Russia to China and to other countries, but it is not enough to offset the drop in exports from Russia to the European Union. And so this reduction in pipeline trade puts the spotlight on liquefied natural gas that takes a much bigger role by 2030 in the world. And so even though gas demand would roughly increase to 5% by 2030, we anticipate that LNG trade increase by 25%. So for the first time in today's policies, we think they're strong enough to actually generate an overall peak in fossil fuel demand before the end of this decade. Along with the plateau in gas demand that we just discussed, coal demand peaks within the next few years, and oil demand reaches a high point shortly after 2030 before falling back slightly. So we think it's a very pivotal moment in energy history because for the past 200 years since the start of the Industrial Revolution, fossil fuel use and the emissions associated with them have been growing every decade since that time. And so in all of our scenarios now, we have a growing global economy, a growing demand for energy services, but a reduced role for fossil fuels to meet that new demand. And so it's really an important moment, we think, in energy history. If we look closer at Russia, we see that Russia is facing a much more diminished role in the supply of international energy. Just to put things in context, today Russia is the largest oil and gas exporter in the world, and by far, if you look at the second largest exporter, which is Saudi Arabia. Russia is exporting 50% more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia. So we see a diminished amount of oil exports, but the real story here is on gas. Gas drops by 50% by 2030, and that shows some of the difficulties that Russia may face to sort of transfer this export capacity in other places of the world. There are some sanctions that might prevent Russia from being able to invest in the new infrastructure that would be needed to deliver capacity elsewhere in the world. There has been, the price has made that Russia has been able to generate more revenue from oil and gas exports this year, about 150 billion more than the average in the past decade. but we anticipate that the lost revenue could be as much as 1 trillion by 2030. For this World Energy Outlook, we also try to take a deeper look at energy security, and we're about to enter a system that was transformed from a system that was heavily relying on fossil fuels to one that is more reliant on clean energy. But in order to keep energy security in check, we need to make sure that the transition happens in a synchronized way. So if we look at the picture today, fossil fuels, for every dollar that we spend on fossil fuels, we spend $1.5 in clean energy. What is really important is to make sure that we don't let fossil fuel freewheel down while we don't invest in clean energy to compensate for the energy demand. You might remember that I've mentioned the 2 trillion number by 2030. If we are to keep in pace with the net zero, we need actually clean energy investment to reach 4 trillion. And so in that scenario, we still have some investment in fossil fuels. It's not coming to zero, but there is some investment in maintaining some capacity. But the ratio is now $1 in fossil fuels corresponds to $9 in clean energy, and that's very important if we are to keep energy security. So we have really two choices: either we do the investment in clean energy that is shown on the slide, or if we don't do this, then there is a need to invest in fossil fuels to keep energy security. But of course, that would mean that we would jeopardize the climate goals and keeping 1.5 degrees warming. Most of this growth in investment, as I was mentioning earlier, needs to happen in emerging markets and developing economies. The problem is that those countries are facing a tougher challenge, and there are some risks, one of which we highlight here. For instance, the cost of financing. If we take a roughly similar solar PV project in an advanced economy, we find that the same project costs 2 or 3 times more in terms of financing costs in emerging markets and developing economies. And so there is a conversation to be had on the role of advanced economies in helping the developing world. And of course, some of the discussions that are happening right now at COP are trying to tackle this. And finally, the Vice-Chancellor alluded to this. We need to be aware of the new vulnerabilities that are emerging from the transition to a clean energy world. We are in a world where we're really dependent on fossil fuels from a few countries. We might be entering into a world where we are even more dependent on the manufacturing of on the critical minerals coming from very few countries. Here on the slides, you see the share of the top 3 countries in various mineral production. You see in lithium, for instance, it's almost 100%, and that's really a worrying sign for the energy security. If we round up everything now to look at emissions, these have risen at a steady pace since the Industrial Revolution. And when we tally up everything, we think that if it continues prior to the Paris Agreement, these emissions would put us on track for a catastrophic warming of over 3.5 degrees. But as we saw earlier, we're now approaching a peak in fossil fuel demand, and even under today's policy, that reduces emissions significantly and put us on track to shave off 1 degree off of that 3.5. And so we're now, under the current policies, we think we're now on track for a 2.5 degrees warming. This is obviously a better outcome, but we need to see how we can get even further and shave off another degree. And so if all the policies, all the net zero pledges, all the nationally determined contributions, all the commitments from the aviation sector, the maritime sector are in place, we think we're on track to reach 1.7 degrees. That's a big if. You know, it's if everyone does everything they've said they will do on time and in full. And so, of course, it's not, you know, we're not taking this for granted, but that's where it would take us. And it's still above the 1.5 degrees, but it's also a better outcome. And the efforts that will need to be taken to get to net zero would be even higher. Every tenth of a degree takes more effort comparatively. So if to conclude shortly, we see that the damage done by Russia's invasion to Ukraine has put the world into a full energy crisis, but we think we're at a major turning point as government respond, and that it might trigger a cleaner energy system. We are approaching a global fossil fuel demand peak, and that's again a key moment in history. That's really the first time that the growth in the economy is does not go hand in hand with the growth in fossil fuel consumption, and the governments and the private sector need to step up to accompany this movement. But we do need a huge expansion in clean energy investment to hit a 1.5 or 1.7 degree target. Without this, we will need higher oil and gas investments. And I'm not saying we need this, but if we're not expanding clean energy fast enough, that's what will happen. And that will put our climate goals in jeopardy. And so just a final point is that the energy crisis of today reminds us that the journey to a more secure, affordable, sustainable energy system is not going to be smooth, but we need to continue to press, and it is critical for our energy security and for also for energy access, for every sustainable development goals that we need to see achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I mean, this was a very timely presentation, and we had luck because you had the early energy outlook out just a few weeks ago. So this was very good. I think we are continuing in the program, but we may have time for one or two questions to... No. No time. Sorry. Objection. So, sorry, but I think everything was crystal clear. I mean, we had a very good insight into major developments in oil, gas, technology, electricity, security of supply.
And I can answer questions during the coffee time.
And during the coffee break, you will attack this man. Okay, let's then continue in the program with Ewelina Hartstein from DG Energy. Thank you very much for participating, and I think I should give the floor to you straight away, Ewelina Hartstein, to give a presentation on the status of EU energy policy. It's a wide subject. So I give the floor to you. Can you hear me? You can talk. She cannot hear me.
Now I can hear somebody.
Okay, I introduced you and I give the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning from Brussels. Let me start by apologizing for two things. First of all, I know you expected to see here my director, Pierre Skellekens, who unfortunately could not be with you today. We have a very, very busy agenda, and so you will have to apologize for that. The second apology is from me because I will not, unfortunately, be able to stay throughout the conference. I will have to disconnect quite quickly after my presentation. But I have seen that the program is extremely interesting, and I wish you a very, very good conference. With that, if you allow me, I will try to present my screen and therefore share my presentation with you. Please, could someone just confirm that you can see my screen? Is it working now? Could I please have a word from somebody that you can see my screen?
We see it.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Very good. Then we can start. The topic of the presentation is actually quite interesting. And if we had a bit of time in DG Energy to have more of an academic debate about where the EU energy policy is currently heading, it would be an interesting one. As you all know, we are framed by the treaties, and in particular Article 194 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, that prescribes energy as a shared competence between the EU and the member states. And everything that we have been doing respects this legal arrangement. However, most recently, and in particular since July, the emergency of the situation that we see on the market calls for unprecedented measures, and we have been adopting a number of proposals, and we have been putting them forward for the consideration of the Council and therefore the member states in an unprecedented procedure that is foreseen in Article 122 of the treaties. That means that rather than going through an ordinary legislative procedure that can take up to 18 months in our legal process, we are doing things at the speed of light, and we see adoptions happening over 2 or 3 weeks even. I'll come to talk about it in a moment. Before I do that, maybe it's useful to have a quick look at the general picture. I am quite sure that most of you are familiar with these data, but it is impossible to speak about the situation of EU energy policy without having first a helicopter snapshot over where we're coming from. And if you look at the right-hand side of this slide, where we have the pie with the EU energy generation mix, that's data for 2021, you see that gas has been, of course, an important component of it, not the most important one, but one that has weighed heavily on the prices. And what we call crisis of prices in the energy sector started, of course, already last year towards the end of the summer because of the economic relaunch worldwide. Well, global supplies of gas have been absorbed by markets, a lot of it going into Asian markets, and that created a spiral effect of wholesale prices going up, and what we now also see very significantly at the retail level. On the left-hand side, you see the electricity generation mix. Again, this is data for 2021, where there's a lot of good news and a lot of prospects, let's say, for the future as well, with renewables and biofuels constituting the largest share of this mix. And we now know also that the expectation is that by 2030, renewables will constitute up to 69% of this mix. So we see that there is huge potential. And since May till August, there was a record number of 12% of solar electricity production, as well as 13% of wind. And these numbers are expected to grow even further. Against this and against the prices crisis that started at the end of the summer, we of course have the very challenging context of the war happening at the European continent. And again, this is data that you might be all very well familiar with, but it's enough to look at the right-hand side and see that Russian gas, the imports of Russian gas, were significant for the EU. And while in the beginning of the war, there has been no immediate issue of gas supply, it was well understood that we need to undertake measures in order to shed this dependency by, in the most immediate term, replacing it with other gas supplies. And then, of course, strengthen our agenda, Repower and Green Deal agenda, to make sure that we phase out our dependency on fossil fuels. And now, here is what the EU has done since the crisis started. And again, I'm quite sure that you have heard about most of these initiatives, so I will not be going into a great level of detail of all of them. But this slide is meant to exemplify how many different actions have already been undertaken in order to, first of all, try as much as possible to mitigate the situation on the wholesale markets, then also on retail, and make sure that this the dependency on Russian fuels can be phased out as fast as possible in order not to create a new situation of emergency. And so, in particular, what is interesting and what I referred to in the beginning of my presentation, as of the 20th of July, you will see adoptions happening under a special emergency procedure where the Commission, it proposes to the Council a text, and it is being quite quickly taken on board and adopted. So here, between the 20th of July and 5th of August, we already had the first regulation that coordinates demand reduction in gas And subsequently, on the 14th of September, we adopted another set of proposals on regulating emergency intervention on the market. And this is the famous 180 euro per megawatt hour cap on electricity prices, and another set of measures that has been also immediately adopted within the spectrum of 3 weeks even. We now have another proposal on the table that is being debated by the member states as we speak. And that is one that I will want to zoom into in a moment. But before I do that, I just wanted to give you a snapshot. This is a series of measures that have been undertaken in order to calm the situation down. And I do not have it covered in the slide, but it's perhaps useful for you to know that on the wholesale market, the situation seems to have stabilized. At least this is how we hope to be able to read the figures. For electricity and the wholesale market, we have now the price oscillates around 120 euros per megawatt hour. And that is pretty much a reduction of 1/3 compared to last month. And with that, we are now back to pre-crisis levels. So these are the figures. We are in the range that we would have seen in the first part of 2021. Several factors, of course, can be attributed to it. We have a record low gas consumption that is primarily driven by very mild weather so far, and also sustained wind power generation. And even though we have still very low hydro power generation levels, and some nuclear facilities across the EU are under maintenance, we still have the price that seems to be reassuring, but that's wholesale. And the same goes for wholesale gas, where the price is now at around 48 euros per megawatt hour. That is more than half down from what we saw last month. And here, clearly, the contributing factors are the oversupplied market. We have very, very high levels of storage. If you look at this slide, you will remember that there was a decision taken through ordinary legislative procedure. There is a regulation that imposes the obligation to keep storage levels this year by the 1st of November at 80%, and as of next year by 90%. And we have managed to reach this 80% target still before September, and we are now at 95%. Storages keep being filled up because, as said, thanks to very kind weather, we do not have to yet use this gas in storage, so storages are filled. And also the TTF benchmark spread between day ahead and futures is quite significant, although we do see that as the time progresses, the spread gets smaller because, of course, we are going to head into the heating season, and temperatures are going to go down. We also have increased LNG imports and new terminals being opened. Plus, we managed to reduce demand. As you know, with the special regulation adopted on the 5th of August, member states are supposed to or expected to reduce their demand over a period between now and the 31st of March by 15%, and they report on it pretty much every month. We take stock of it every 2 months, and the first figures are rather positive. The first results are quite encouraging that we might meet this target. But all this contributes to the fact that the wholesale gas at this stage is also quite a positive signal, positive message. The situation becomes a bit more complicated on the retail side, where we have actually quite an important increase. Here we have in October 357 euros per megawatt hour, and several member states are more affected than others, amongst them Estonia, I'm sorry to say, but also the Netherlands, Italy, Austria, Finland, and Sweden. Then on the retail side for gas, it's quite similar as well. The prices remain high. It's 178 euros per megawatt hour. And this is a 100% increase compared to last year. And here again, Estonia, Austria, Netherlands, the Czech Republic, and Germany are amongst the member states that have been most affected by it. If you allow me, I would like to then now zoom to the most recent proposal that has been adopted, that was adopted on the 18th of October. And you might have heard about it, but already it's being debated, as I said, and there is some scope for hope that the Extraordinary Energy Council that is supposed to meet on the 24th of November is going to adopt the proposal in a slightly modified form, of course. But here we are. Just to say that before I go into the details, this is an extraordinary emergency measure. So as per the treaties, it has to be limited in time. So everything that the Commission has proposed under Article 122 since the summer is limited in time. There are clauses that allow us to extend those measures should the situation so require. But at this stage, we are hopeful that we will be seeing a mitigation of the situation. And let's see what happens next. What we do know is that next winter is going to also be quite challenging. The geopolitical situation remains unknown and unstable. We do not know how the situation on the supply side is going to therefore look like. And we have adopted many measures, and we have built up a quite important defense around our energy market. But again, it is quite difficult to predict, and we understand that filling storages next season for the next heating season 2023/2024 might be also challenging. And with that, we decided to put forward 3 areas of intervention. One of them is the demand aggregation and joint purchasing. That is what the EU energy platform is going to be looking into. You remember that this is a formation that has been decided by the President of the European Commission back in the spring and subsequently operationalized through Repower EU of May. The second element of it is gas prices, which, as I said, remained high. And even if they are decreasing, there are still a number of measures that need to be undertaken, strengthening surveillance and helping us intervene in a more immediate basis so that also consumers and citizens can feel a difference in prices. And finally, a very important pillar of it is security of supply. And because we do have instruments across the EU that are anchored in existing legislation, but not all of them are actually used to the fullest. And given that the situation might be unpredictable still in next year and even in the months to come, it was important that we put on the table proposals for the consideration of member states, how to perhaps strengthen our general resilience. So if we look at the demand aggregation and joint purchasing, we're aiming at reaching, let's say that the overall objective was to reach competitive, secure gas in order to avoid a situation where member states compete on the market. You know very well that you don't want to wait for others, you want to secure your energy. And with that, with the energy platform, we were aiming at having a more systematic, more streamlined approach to it. And therefore, the concept that has been devised was, on one hand, supposed to support storage filling for next year. As I said, we have the obligation of 90% by the 1st of November 2023. And there will be an implementing act adopted soon, indicating the trajectories for the filling, for reaching this target. And then also in the long term, as I said, strengthening our resistance is also based on introducing more renewable hydrogen from non-EU sources. So with that, the solution on the table is hopefully going to bring us to these objectives. And the proposal is composed of several elements. So the joint purchasing, transparency of gas purchases, aggregating demand, using the service provider, an entity that the Commission was going to commission with organizing the purchase, with the help of and advice of the steering board, and optimizing on next to it also the use of our infrastructure. Again, this slide just gives you a short overview of what are the main objectives of the joint purchasing mechanism. The pooling gas demand to competitively secure gas coming into the EU with the perspective of winter 2023, reducing upward price competition. That's an obvious element, accelerating and facilitating gas contracting by companies. And as I said, hydrogen, renewable hydrogen from non-EU sources. This is, in a nutshell, how the possible joint gas purchasing would look like. The whole idea is to have companies from member states commit 15% of their storage capacity and handing it over to the service provider for demand aggregation. That would allow to be the intermediary with suppliers worldwide to collect offers. and see whether there is, let's say, a business case to sign contracts for it. The 15% EU-wide constitutes some 13.5 BCM, so it's not a negligible volume. And an important element here is that while the committing of those 15% is an obligation for member states, there is, of course, no obligation to sign any contract. So there's room for flexibility, and there is room for negotiation. A special industrial advisory group has been created to support work of the platform. There is going to be also a steering board, and I will come to talk about it in a moment. And we also work with regional groups with member states, and here there are many different connecting dots that should play a role in this common architecture. Since I see that the time is running, I am going to spare you the exact details of how the procedure of tendering would look like. Just a couple of words on, and this is really slogans of and the main elements of this proposal. So we want to have enhanced transparency on gas purchases, and companies would inform the Commission about gas agreements and memorandum of understanding that would go beyond 0.5 BCM, and the Commission would be receiving these 6 weeks before their conclusion to evaluate, to give an opinion. Information sharing about all the partners, volumes, and service provider, but not contracts. We, of course, respect the confidence of contractual content. But all this is supposed to bring us to a better coordination of purchases, and again, avoiding a situation where there is competition, intra-EU competition, where it can be simply avoided. The Commission, as I mentioned, would be contracting an existing entity, and this entity would aggregate demand, seek offers, verify the users, and then provide all other ancillary services to the Commission. Participating in demand aggregation and joint purchasing is covered in a number of articles as well. Here we've covered all the grounds. Perhaps one important element that I have not mentioned so far is that the mechanism is open both to the EU and to the contracting parties of the energy community. So we're talking about 9 countries, as you might know, 3 belonging to the Eastern Partnership countries, and 6 in the more or less Balkan region. And so this is Azerbaijan, this is, of course, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Montenegro, Albania, North Macedonia. On the demand aggregation and storage, this is what we mentioned. The 15% of obligation, the 15% of storage has to be committed. And perhaps an interesting thing to see that the way we see the joint purchasing mechanism being useful and kicking in at several instances is when storage is increasingly depleted as the heating season comes to an end, but when the gas volumes have been used, and then also towards filling the trajectories for November 2023. The steering board that will be created once member states agree upon it would help coordinate demand aggregation, and this is a way for member states to actually have a role to play. This is a special addition in the governance structure so that it is not perceived as only the Commission working with the entity directly, but also to increase the transparency of the situation and information sharing with member states. And one final thing, the better use of infrastructure, so using terminal storage facilities and better congestion management of pipelines. Given that my time is probably almost over, and I would not like to have other speakers wait, I would just mention as a snapshot that the second and third part of the 18th of October proposal covers measures to prevent excessive gas prices and volatility. Excessive here means going beyond what would be considered high but acceptable high. This term has become very relative over the last year. So here we're in discussion also with the member states as to how to exactly identify, how to define the excessiveness here to make sure that the measures kick in at the right moment. And we don't have time, so I will just mention them and I'll enumerate them pretty much. Mechanism, we proposed mechanism to intervene on the intraday volatility of prices, so the circuit breakers. There would be a potential discussion on the new LNG benchmark that would be for ACER, so the agency for coordinating European regulators, who would be looking at it at, first of all, price assessment and then transactions in LNG. That comes from the fact that current benchmarks, for instance, TTF, are pretty much bound to the pipeline gas, and we know that the LNG market has become something else, and tying them to the pipeline gas benchmarks is perhaps not the best thing for the market. And then a market correction mechanism and a suspension clause. Here, this is work in progress. In our proposal, the Commission asked member states to first give us a guidance, a political steer on what format this market correction mechanism should take, and we would then take it forth. There has been even a seminar this week in Brussels dedicated to this specific topic, where we're discussing with the member states, and this is still work in progress. This is a detailed list of other gas emergency measures. I will not dwell on this for too long. In order to very briefly just explain the security of supply and solidarity aspect of the proposal. And here we have, on one hand, demand reduction that has already been agreed by the member states, first in July for gas, and then in September for electricity. But here in the proposal, we're saying that the gas demand reduction target could be extended beyond March 2023. We also put on the table the idea that there can be a reduction of demand for protected customers as long as we do not touch vulnerable consumers. So protected customers will not be disconnected, but we ask member states to redefine, first of all, who belongs to the list of protected customers, and then what is the margin in which some of them could perhaps see their gas demand reduced further. And here you have the example of heating private swimming pools, etc., etc. Here, another instrument that for the moment is not yet fully in place, although we have it in the legislation, are solidarity agreements between member states that should have been implemented already a couple of years ago. And out of the 40 bilateral agreements between member states, what to do in case of supply shortage or a specific crisis, only 6 actually came to fruition. And therefore, it was important to find a solution, what to do if we are hit by a very specific situation tomorrow and those solidarity agreements are not in place. So the Commission has proposed a quote-unquote template that could be immediately applicable in case the situation emerges and we don't have tools in place immediately. This is what the solidarity steps would look like. Again, in the interest of time, I will not spend more time on it. But just a couple of elements. We have also extended solidarity provisions to cover critical gas-fired power plants. And we specifically said that member states will be able to request solidarity when they cannot reach their critical gas volumes in order to meet grid adequacy. Finally, the union and regional emergency, the council decision on mechanisms to be able to allocate capacities and price setting. And we have proposed that we can involve existing crisis management groups in establishment of this mechanism. And finally, because we mentioned the gas volumes protected in each member state, that is the definition of protected customers, we are expecting that in the EU between December and March, we would be talking about 99 BCM, and the total expected gas critical volumes would then be 34. So these are the figures we're looking at. I will stop here. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a very good conference. Apologies that I took a tiny bit longer than allowed. And I wish you a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ewelina, for this extensive and good presentation. And it seems that there are progress on several issues, and several of these regulations have had an impact. It seems like on gas demand, on gas storage, and so on. You did not say anything about the proposal from yesterday, did you? Or there was a proposal yesterday?
No, indeed. Apologies for that. This is indeed the most recent. It was on the slide where I explained the timeline of the different events that happened. And indeed, yesterday the Commission adopted yet another Article 122 proposal that was on speeding up the permitting of renewables. And here we have managed to find consensus inside the Commission that for the time being, and given the emergency and the need to roll out renewables even faster than it is already happening, they will be granted we suggest to the member state to grant them the status of projects of overriding public interest, which will then help speed up a number of procedures that are usually stumbling blocks, preventing renewable projects to be deployed quickly. And there are a number of other elements to this proposal. For instance, we are asking for a deployment of heat pumps within 3 months, accelerating the deployment of solar projects within 1 month, and repowering renewable power plants also at a much faster pace. That is in a nutshell what the proposal is about. It is on the table. We still have also the hope that the council, so the member states, will be able to look at it quite quickly and have it adopted on the 24th of November. But the agenda is already quite heavy. So let's see if the member states manage indeed to be ready at such short notice.
You have an intensive agenda. I think we should leave you there, and so you can run back to the council negotiations. And thank you very much for participating.
Thank you very much.
And the last point, actually, as a good bridge to Renewable and to the International Renewable Energy Agency. And Roland Roesch, he is acting director in this agency, and I give the floor to you.
Thanks very much for this nice introduction. Thanks to the organizer of this conference, and thanks to Krista Haglund and Timo Tatar for their welcome and the opportunity to give here this keynote on behalf of the International Renewable Energy Agency. My name is Roland Roesch. I'm acting director of the Innovation and Technology Center that IRENA has in Bonn. An office with about 100 people here in Europe, where we work on aspects of the energy transition and the technical aspects. As we have heard already, Europe is experiencing an unprecedented energy crisis. The coming winter is highly uncertain, and increasingly there is talk that the crisis may last several years. The situation is exacerbated by additional problems that we currently have in Europe. So France problems with at times half the nuclear reactors out of operation, exceptional droughts, I think even here in the Nordic, severely affecting the hydropower generation and related, effects on the operation of inland nuclear fossil thermal plants with river water cooling have created issues in the countries that still run nuclear power plants. And the cost of landed thermal coal in Europe rose with futures for the coming year between 300 and 350 euro per unit and ton. All these developments in combination with the gas crisis we currently have is creating a lot of issues. I think what we see, and that is kind of positive, notably solar and wind generation increased. And from the country where I come from, we can, for instance, see that, for example, in Germany, more than half of all electricity generated in the first half of this year was from renewable sources due to the favorable wind conditions we had at the beginning of this year. So the lessons from this energy crisis in Europe seem clear from an international renewable energy perspective. We need to rapidly increase renewable energy production, promote true accounting and awareness of the costs of fossil fuel price, volatility and the environmental impacts of its use, reduce the gas demand through electrification of building renovation, so reduce gas demand through the electrification of heating and renovate the buildings that are in place, isolate them better, and become more energy efficient, and design robust policies to support the use of green gases. Reducing emissions by 2050 through 6 technological avenues. This is a slide which I have taken from the World Energy Transition Outlook, which is the flagship report of IRENA. We see that renewables are the center of the transition towards a decarbonized energy system. So this is a normative scenario. We basically look of how to achieve the 1.5 degrees target of the Paris Agreement. That means we have annually to bring down the emissions to 36.9 gigatons of CO2 annually. Over the last few years, we have been analyzing scenarios to meet those goals of the Paris Agreement. Our World Energy Transition Outlooks explores pathway to reach net zero emissions globally by 2050. As you see, one of the conclusions of our analysis is that a combination of efficiency, renewables, and electrification of heat and transport with, for instance, heat pumps or electro vehicles, but also indirect electrification through production of green hydrogen with renewables can deliver the bulk of the emission reductions that we need. So if you take energy efficiency, renewables, the electrification based on direct electrification based on renewables and indirect electrification of hydrogen, then you see that most of the options are based on renewables to achieve the Paris target. So this is one of the key messages of the report. I think what we also clearly see, electrification will substantially increase. So we see globally an electrification rate of 22%, which will go almost up to 50% of electrification. Very important is also this share of 10% of hydrogen in this mix to achieve the decarbonization. Hydrogen is very important to decarbonize the hard to decarbonize sector, the shipping sector, the aviation sector. Steel manufacturing will only go with green hydrogen, and also in the chemical sector, hydrogen is substantially needed, which will require in some of the countries, also here in Europe, look into the opportunity also to import green hydrogen, because we clearly see the amount of renewable electricity you may need to decarbonize the industry sector in Europe will be a challenge, and that's why the import for hydrogen is surely needed. This solution here, so that electricity becomes the main energy carrier in 2050. So you see here, electricity is going to increase from 21% to 51%. This solution would drive a tremendous change in the energy mix, and electricity would become the main energy carrier in 2050. As I said, up from 21% direct electricity today to 51% in 2050. out of which 90% will be covered with renewable electricity. So this requires a demand of renewable power generation where we have to come on track and see how to use the existing potentials. Also, the share of hydrogen and modern biomass will increase, while shares of coal, natural gas and oil in the final energy consumption need to decrease tremendously. And we have also seen in this previous presentation that the importance of fossil fuels and also of natural gas will decline in the coming years. We also observed that the total final energy consumption decreases by 30 exajoule based on the energy. This is due to the energy efficiency measures that we see here. Looking on the today, renewables account for just the fifth Europe's energy consumption. So let's the Europe energy mix and renewable share in it. Today, only 20% of the energy that we consume in Europe comes from renewable sources. So we have a potential, but there is still a gap between the potential that we have to achieve the decarbonizations of the energy system and to achieve the Paris Agreement from where we are now. After decades of relentless efforts in research, in technology development, in policy making and financial support for renewables in project deployment, only 1/5 of the energy we use for powering our appliances, heating up our homes, powering our industry or traveling from renewables come from renewables. As you see in this graph, we have made substantial progress in the last decade. As you see, faster in the power sector than in the heat and transport sector. So we are doing okay in the power sector, but there has to be a stronger emphasis on the decarbonization and use of renewables in the end-use sectors. But for the most part, Europe still runs on fossil fuels that create climate change and pollute the air we breathe. So the transition towards an energy system based on renewables has proven to be not so easy. A couple of years ago, the European Union committed to become carbon neutral by 2050, and to align with such long-term goal, Europe has also set a more ambitious greenhouse gas objectives. We have also seen in the presentations that the energy crisis has increased substantially the ambition for renewable energies. In practice, this means that over the next years, Europe will need to double the current share of renewables from 20 to 45%. In other words, Europe will need to advance in renewable energy in the next 8 years as much as it has advanced over multiple previous decades. Today, I will briefly explain why IRENA, we think that the goal is not only achievable, but also desirable, and share with you some thoughts on what we think are the key strategies for Europe to reach this target. And let's say the good message I have here is that the renewable energy, solar photovoltaic, concentrated solar power, onshore wind and offshore wind are fully cost competitive with the operation of nuclear and fossil. So the green bar, the gray bar you see here at the bottom is the operational cost range from $5 cent to $15 cent, and you see that these renewables, but also hydropower and offshore wind is here on the slide, and geothermal kind of are already fully competitive to fossil fuels. So even the most optimistic of us were too conservative compared to what we see in the market. Also we in IRENA, we did not really believe such a cost decline. And what we see here, and what is important to mention, the cost of solar power has declined by 85% over the last decade. The cost of wind onshore has declined by 56%, and the cost of wind offshore by 50%. And we in IRENA, let's say, looking into the expected developments, we believe that due to innovation, scaling effects and learning effects, these costs will come even more down. So we expect there will be another cost declines of about 20 to 25% in the coming decade, which is opening up the avenue for the green hydrogen production. So low-cost electricity is the key, let's say, in combination with the capex of electrolyzers to enter into a green hydrogen economy as well. Looking here about the holistic perspectives of the energy system that are required when we talk about energy security and growing independence from fossil fuels, we also talk about the reliability of systems powered with renewables. Of course, reliability is a priority, and how it is kept is an important question. To answer this question, we need to look beyond the generation side of the power system and actually beyond the power system itself to see the energy system as a whole. The generators are not the only capable of contributing to the reliability of the power system. In fact, there are multiple sources of reliability and flexibility in the power sector. We have to mention here grids, storage, and also digitalization and the related demand response opportunity. Also, it is important to look beyond the current boundaries of what we understand as the power sector today. Heat and transport account for 80% of our energy consumption, and they be electrified. To have them electrified will be very important to a great extent. If this electrification is done in a smart way, this can be an asset to the safe operation of the energy system as a whole. A lot of demand flexibility can be unlocked here via smart charging and smart operation of heat pumps. So modern energy system will be increasingly integrated with heat transport flexibility coupled with energy production and will be increasingly decentralized. So this sector coupling has a huge potential. In the case of electromobility, for instance, the power sector helps to decarbonize the individual, the mobility and electromobility, while the batteries of the electro vehicle help to stabilize and also to decarbonize the electricity system. Countries like Denmark, Germany, Portugal, Spain are already managing power systems with very high shares of variable renewables. If we want to see how the future of electrified heat looks like, we can go to Finland or Sweden, where heat pumps already dominate the market and are even deployed in district heating systems. If we want to see future of electrified transport, we can go to Norway or the Netherlands, where electro vehicles are quickly becoming the default option for new vehicle purchases. So there is a lot to show in this Nordic Baltic region to other countries where we see a lot of achievements that can be shared with other countries. In some, we have the blueprints. It is a matter of reproducing this activities elsewhere. We are now working on finalizing the second innovation landscape report at IRENA that will be focused on smart electrification. We look strongly into the use of electrolyzers, heating and cooling on electro vehicles, and how this can be smartly connected to the power system. IRENA's veto analysis here shows that there is, however, a major global investment need. The key findings here are we need to increase renewable power capacity additions to 3 to 4-fold this decade. We need a systemic innovation approach for power system transformation, and governments need to streamline planning rollout for the enabling infrastructure. I have here, let's say, and I would like to make the point here, looking in, and this is from a publication we recently made, the solutions that are seen in the context of the repowering to cut the dependence on Russian gas are here kind of shown. And we see that renewables for security, a new concept of reliability and supply risks, is needed. Fossil and nuclear energy are not as affordable and reliable as their proponents say. Domestic renewables will cost structures fixed and predictable at the time of investment, and with close to zero marginal costs are contributing to support supply and contain the price shock. Smart electrification with renewables. The European Union expects that renewables to replace 20 BCM of gas this year in the power sector. This requires 100 gigawatt of additional capacity per annum, threefold the increase compared to the 36 gigawatts of solar and wind that have been added in 2021. And demand response is more important than ever. In the residential sector, reliance on gas could be reduced by 40 BCM if all households turn down their thermostat by 10 degrees. I would like to say a word about the Global Offshore Wind Alliance. Denmark, a member country of IRENA, very active in wind, has reached out to GWEC, the Global Wind Energy Council, and also to IRENA to support them to set up a facility, to set up a secretariat of an initiative that is called the Global Offshore Wind Alliance. The Global Offshore Wind Alliance has the objective to close the gap of the globally currently implemented 42 gigawatt of offshore wind, and the expectation of having 380 gigawatts implemented by 2030, and to achieve 2,000 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2050. Offshore wind has a very important role to play in the energy transition. Offshore wind is the base load of the energy transition and is thus very important. Here in the Nordic, you have a huge potential and you have very important technologies and also technologies producers and companies that play an important role in the energy transition related to offshore wind. And this Global Offshore Wind Alliance has been launched in the COP. Yesterday, there was a press conference. We have already 10 countries that are joined this Global Offshore Wind Alliance, amongst them from the Nordic, Norway and Denmark, where we have also the Germans, the Italians, Colombia, Uruguay, and also the United States have joined this initiative. The idea of this initiative is bring the manufacturers, the private sector, policymakers, and manufacturers of offshore wind equipment together and find ways to pragmatic ways to bring more offshore wind projects into the water and close the gap between the current implementation of offshore wind and the potential we see at IRENA. Also important, I would like to invite the Nordic countries, and some of them have already joined the dialogue we have at IRENA on the collaborative frameworks. We have established about 6 to 7 collaborative frameworks that foster the dialogue between the private sector, global association, and the policymakers. And we discussed there are topics related to how to build a market for green hydrogen, how can we improve the permitting for offshore wind, but we have also a hydropower collaborative framework that looks into a better use of hydropower. And there is others, 100% renewable, just to mention one, and we are on the way to also establish a collaborative framework, oil and gas, to help countries to better do the transition. I hope that was an interesting presentation, and I will be around to discuss further with you those topics. Thank you very much for having us here. I think the Nordic can be a role model in many regards of the energy transition, also for other countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roland. And I think we can take questions in the corridors. Yeah? So thank you very much. Interesting to see all these work streams and also new initiatives. And also that you actually could participate here during the COP. That was very good. I know that you are busy down in Egypt. Then we go to the next speaker, which is Jean-Arnold Vinois. He is a very experienced, he was with DG Energy and DG Tren for many years, and has worked closely on energy policies on European level. He is now with the Jacques Delors Institute, and you will speak about drawing lessons from the present energy stress. So I give the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Johan. And yes, just to remind you who Jacques Delors is, because he's still alive, he's 97 years old. And as you know, he is the founder of the Single European Market, of the Euro, and he has been a key actor of the enlargement of the EU and the reunification of Germany. So he played a major role in the making of the European Union between 85 and 95. But he's still active since 25 years with the think tank he created, and where I have the pleasure and the honor to be energy advisor. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I said that I have no slides, so I think you are fed up with slides. There was a lot of figures, a lot of nice pictures, so I don't rely on any slide. And I wish to draw 6 lessons from the energy stress that we are living in the European Union since about 1 year, and particularly since February. So I will go from the general lessons to the more specific ones. And my first lesson is a Latin expression, which is si vis pace para bellum. In other words, don't be naive, because if you want to keep peace, you need to be ready to go for war. So I think that we have lived in Europe only on a battlefield, only until 45. So that means we live in peace since 70 years, and in peace, it's relative, because we have had the Yugoslavia war in 90 on the European continent, and then we have this awful and ugly Russian invasion in Ukraine. So I think the European Union, of course, has been created on the ruins of the Second World War in 52 with the steel and coal community, and then in 58 with the European community. And we have lived since 58, I'm born in 52, so I've lived always in peace and in permanent growth of our economy and permanent increase and improvement of our welfare. And we've been able to help our Eastern European countries to join the founders of the European community in 58, in 2004, and they have enjoyed the same type of growth and improvement in welfare. So we have lived in the idea that improving our trade relationship and being more and more interdependent economically would just help us to live in peace. And this has been, of course, a major mistake on our side to think that it was enough. And we see, well, also at the international level, that the United Nations is not able to stop any war in the world. And we've seen the World Trade Organization not being able to impose fair trade relationship at the world level. So we have obviously a major problem there, because we can't believe anymore that trade interdependence will help us to grow in wisdom and in peace. So the good nature of Homo sapiens is an illusion to a certain extent, and that proved to be, unfortunately, wrong. I'm sorry for us all, because we're all responsible, I guess. So to be clear, what are the lessons of this for the member states of the European Union? Well, we have failed to develop 4 major issues, and first of all, the defense. Relying on the power of the United States is leaving your future in the hands of the future of USA itself. And the most recent years have proven that the interests of USA and of Europe are not always convergent. So developing our own defense system with a solid industrial basis for the production of weapons appears to be a must for the EU. Progress today in this direction is not satisfactory and gives our adversaries reasons to test our strengths. And we see very well, because between France and Germany, it's very difficult to come to common agreement to develop the same type of weapon. And everybody is still making a kind of stupid competition in this field. And this is just costing more to the taxpayers, and this is just leading us to be more dependent on foreign suppliers. Then second lesson is, or problem, is the dependency of Europe on imported energy, especially fossil fuels, but also enriched uranium. That is, for us, a major weakness if the diversity of suppliers and routes is not ensured. The lack of these resources, as the lack of many raw materials, it has been shown, needed for our industry, puts our industrial competitiveness in jeopardy. Third, the fragility of supply chains has clearly been shown at the time of COVID, with the lack of medical equipment, all coming from China. But this was only the visible part of a huge iceberg. Any lockdown of a large city of China today has a major consequences on the supply of our industry and our consumer products. And China may well orchestrate whatever it wants to undermine EU industry. Fourth, the European Union has failed to develop a common external policy, leaving third countries like Russia and China, creating key bilateral relations with individual member states of the European Union in strategic areas like energy or transport infrastructures, which are weakening the possibility of the European Union to take common positions vis-à-vis these countries. Just one example. Hungary, with its September 2021 long-term agreement for Russian gas, is a kind of exception in the present picture. But take also China, buying the gas and electricity infrastructures of Portugal already about 10 years ago. So that means that these countries having strategic infrastructures in their hand are able to influence the position that these countries may take at the European level vis-à-vis China or Russia. So this is really what we say in French, le ver is dans le fruit, that is the worm is in the apple, and this is really very dangerous. So, and what to say about Nord Stream 2? This is the best example of this weakness. Remember what Sigmar Gabriel said in Moscow 10 years ago. Well, Nord Stream 2 is a pure commercial project, is a bilateral thing between Russia and Germany, when we knew all that this pipeline would be of major importance for the EU. And this has created a major fracture between the member states of the EU because of just the selfishness of an individual member state. So we have really to be aware of this weakness, and we have to overcome that if we want to exist as European Union vis-à-vis these big powers, not only Russia and China, but also US, we need to be united. So union makes our strength. And we have, of course, to apply it every day. So we are supposed to be united to defend and promote our interests in front of other big powers, as I said, and acting together is the best way to obtain the results for our citizens and our economy. In some areas, the Union speaks with one voice, such as in trade, policy, or in agriculture. In the field of energy, the Energy Union became in 2015 the main objective of the President of the Commission, Mr. Juncker, before Mrs. von der Leyen, and Energy Union has been a big success, except in one area, energy diplomacy. Energy diplomacy was a key element of the Energy Union. That is taking a common position vis-à-vis our foreign suppliers. And we have never been able to speak with one voice, and or at least conveying the same message to third countries, and particularly with energy suppliers of the EU and Russia, first of all. So, in spite of several declarations of the European Council in 2015, the reality, of course, was quite disappointing. I just mentioned Nord Stream 2. It was just at that time that Nord Stream 2 came to light. And there was already the annexation of Crimea, so there was no doubt about the intentions of the Russians, because we all knew that the only aim of Russia was to undermine Ukraine by circumventing Ukraine through the Baltic Sea with Nord Stream, and in the Black Sea with Turk Stream, at the time South Stream. And we have done as if nothing was happening. And Germany has repeatedly refused to give a mandate with the other member states to the Commission to negotiate, for instance, an agreement between the European Union and Russia on the status and the role of Nord Stream 2 at the time, which was the only way to show to Russia that the European Union was united and was able to defend common interests. No, instead of that, we have had the debacle that Germany is knowing now with the halt and of Nord Stream 2 and all the consequences. In addition, it has created, as I said, a huge frustration in other countries. And I was very pleased to listen Mrs. von der Leyen in her State of the Union speech in September last to praise the Baltics and Poland to have had the lucidity to organize their energy independence from Russia. And I think it's a recognition which is very important for the region. Instead, well, it would be very nice to have a thesis of a student to compare the German policy and the Polish policy vis-à-vis the Russia and the consequences, because that would be very telling. But in any case, this continues. This is the most worrying, because in 2022, even after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Germany continued to work alone at securing energy supplies to the detriment of other member states. And this was very worrying. And that is why you have no proposals here on the table which are made to prevent outbidding of gas, because Germany has indeed tried to fill its storages. By the way, do you remember that Germany sold its main storage of radon to Gazprom 3 years ago? I was speaking of strategic infrastructure being sold to foreign countries, which are not always friendly. And so what is that for a policy? And then Germany continued to try to secure individual contracts with Canada, who is not able, by the way, to sell LNG to Europe because they have no LNG facilities, because they have no pipeline in Canada, because they are not able to have trans-Canadian network as we have trans-European network. So just look at that. This is really nonsense. We have to change. The national sovereignty are defended by some member states, and particularly the biggest one, because I may speak of Germany, may speak about France, you know, they all think that they are a former empire. And by the way, the other former empire, the UK, the Great Britain, they've already left the European Union because they thought they'd be becoming again their British Empire would be much better than to be part of the European Union. Look at what's happening today in Great Britain. There's a mistake. We have to work together. We're all too small to act alone, even if you are Germany or France. So I think that's really where we have to learn the lessons from the past, and we have to change that. So that's my two main lessons globally of what's happening in the EU. But now we have more detailed lessons to take. First, the energy transition and the Green Deal. Well, to a certain extent, it's talks versus actions. Well, all what we have heard this morning is very interesting and very encouraging, I have to say. And if you listen to IEA, if you listen to IRENA, you have the impression that things will be done. But my friend Tanguy said that, yes, the plans are there, but no, it has to be done. And I think that's where we are. And we have really to pay attention on this because, of course, time is the essence of the success of the energy transition. Dreamers would like to abandon fossil fuels immediately. We have seen the movement Stop Oil. They are throwing cans of soup on the major paintings of the world. And they would like to see stopping immediately oil exploration and production. And of course, if I read all the diagrams I've seen this morning, we need to continue to invest in fossil fuels, unfortunately, because otherwise we will pay $1,000 a barrel in 10 years' time. So I think the question to IEA is really, where is the balance between continuing to investing in fossil fuels, investing in renewables and energy efficiency? How do we match that? Because there is a match to be done. Otherwise, we will all suffer of another energy crisis in 5 or 10 years' time. So, and it's very striking to see at the same time Stop Oil, OPEC Plus saying, well, the present demand for oil is 96 million barrels a day, but in 2035, it will be 110 million. So you see that the expectations are not the same on one side and on the other side. So today, and we've seen it now, just now, the world depends on fossil fuels for 80% of its energy needs. Is it realistic to believe that 2050 will be climate neutral or net zero emissions? I'm not sure, because you have shown a very nice diagram showing that gas demand will stabilize, but will continue to plateau up to 2050. So we will be there with a lot of gas still in 2050. It's 4,000 BCM, I've seen, something like that. So, and I don't speak about oil. So I think that there is also another expression which is very important. I think that you may well destroy something only if you are replacing it. So, and we've seen that, again, in our nice European Union electricity policy, Germany decided in 2011 to phase out nuclear power plants immediately, to replace with what? Coal power plants? Yes, that's what we see. So if it is to do that, I think that is, of course, not the right way. So short-term decisions are too often driven by electoral goals and are not accompanied by the necessary investments needed for the long term. The lack of long-term vision is striking in our countries. The energy governance that is promoted by the European Commission for a long time with the national energy and climate plans tries to promote such long-term vision, badly needed to make our targets achievable in practice and on the ground. So we need to define and update regularly the way to achieve our long-term vision, which is now set in the climate law, which is being climate neutral or net zero emissions in 2050. So at least this objective is set. It is legally set. So we have now 28 years to reach that. So we need really to define all the steps to be taken and draw a roadmap year by year, to implement them, to monitor them, and to finance them. I think that we need really to have a close look at what is being done. And this crisis shows that now we begin to have statistics on the most recent months, because usually we have Eurostat with 2 years delay, but now we begin to have a better vision of what is happening on the ground. So that's for the long-term vision and for actions versus talks. Fourth lesson is the merits of the regional cooperation. I think that I'm very pleased to be back here because I've been active in this region since 2008 with the Baltic Energy Market Interconnection Plan, which has been a great success. And I remember at the time, Andris Piebalgs telling me, he is Latvian, as you know, you will never have Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania working together. They do not understand each other so well. I'm Belgian, you know, I know the problem between north and south of Belgium. So I told him, yes, I know this type of problem. The neighbors is always the bad guys in the system. So you will see it will work. And we were sitting in the same room, starting to identify the problems. At the time, it was Lithuania being very stressed with the closure of Ignalina nuclear power plant, you remember. And in 6 months' time, thanks to the support of all the prime ministers of the 3 countries and the help of the Nordic states, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and also Poland, of course, we have been able to design a roadmap, a very precise roadmap, to see how the 3 Baltic states would come in the energy market of the European Union, because they were excluded, because there was no interconnection, there was nothing. So there was no way for them to take part in it. Look, the situation today, independence in gas is guaranteed, and electricity will soon be independent, because I think you will disconnect from the Braille system soon, because all the interconnections have been made. So it is, of course, something which took 15 years to reach, but this is thanks to a strong regional cooperation. And I just regret to see that when speaking about wind offshore, we do not see the same type of cooperation taking place between the 3 Baltic states to promote offshore wind in the Baltic Sea, because the potential is huge. And I think that this cooperation, which has been done through BEMIP at the time, should be repeated for the offshore wind development in the Baltic Sea. And talking about regional cooperation, there are plenty of areas where regional cooperation is needed. There was another one which I just drew from a slide of Ewelina, which is about the solidarity agreements in gas, where only 6 out of 40 agreements are looking at solidarity. And I think that this is an area also where the Baltic states, or maybe also the Nordic states, could do better. So, 5th lesson is now the time to manage demand before the supply. I have spent a bit of my life in energy, and I've always been struck by the thing that we are speaking about a market, but we're only speaking about supply, not demand. Demand does not exist. Demand is there. The business model is we sell more kilowatt hours, more megawatt hours to the consumers, and that's it. The consumers just nothing. Now we have discovered the consumers because digitalization has made possible to dynamize the whole system. And now we have the 2 parties in the market, the supply and the demand. And the demand, we see it, is representing a huge percentage of the consumption. So I've always thought that we could save 25 to 30% of the energy consumed if we were just paying attention to what we do. But the consumers doesn't know. And today, everybody is speaking about its energy bill. That's completely new. Of course, before, energy was so cheap that the people were not considering that. And they were not knowing how many kilowatt hours they were consuming. They were not knowing any. And of course, suddenly when they have a 5 times bill exploding, it's, of course, a big reaction. But then, of course, immediately the people are reacting. They are reacting by doing what? by consuming less, by consuming more cleverly, by investing in new systems and renewables and so on. Solar panels, I did that last month, so to say. It was a bit late, but because my bill was not allowing me to invest in solar panels because I had a cheap bill, but suddenly, of course, I have to change my behavior. So this is no time to take demand seriously. And of course, when the stress is coming on the adequacy between the supply and demand, the suppliers have said, well, maybe we may ask our large industrial consumers to be interrupted and things like that. So this is becoming normal practice, and this is good. But I think we may do much more in this field, and digitalization is, of course, offering us huge possibilities to be efficient in this. Sixth and last lesson. The market remains the master at the end. So I think we are living in economies which are labeled market economies. And of course, the well-functioning of the market is absolutely key for our welfare. And it has to be based on the right regulations and redistribution of revenues. So revisiting the market rules which are governing the energy sector is a risky venture, as seen in the last 6 months, where national governments have tried to manage the level of price of gas and electricity through capping and subsidies of all kinds. I have to say that many of these national measures were ill-conceived, undiscriminated, and very costly for the taxpayers, who will at the end bear the costs of the temporary relief granted to the consumers. Is there a difference between the consumer and the taxpayer? I'm not sure. So it's just a way to postpone the payment because it will come one day. So general subsidies to petroleum products, as we've seen in some countries. France, for instance, is the cheapest place to buy petrol these days. It's at €150 for the 95. So everybody is going there. 2 minutes, my friend. And and also in the gas and electricity, people have enjoyed rebates and things like that, so reduction of VAT and things like that for everybody. And I think that all these subsidies should be much more targeted to those who are in need. And we know who is paying the price in crisis and who is paying the price with the climate change. Is the poorest. Absolutely, it's the poorest. The poorest, they are living in the worst housing conditions, and they have the highest proportion between their energy bill and their revenues. So, but others may pay. So I think the people, most of the people may continue to pay their oil price today as they did before. They don't need to have subsidies. And in gas electricity, really, there is a need to look at what you do. And this has not been done, maybe because we do not know enough about the characteristics of the consumers and things like that. But it's very important that these subsidies are well targeted and are really efficiently relieving the people who are in most need of this relief. And because also the subsidies are killing the merits of the price signals that on the other side are very good because they are leading you to change your behavior, to pay attention to what you do and things like that. So, and giving the impression to the people that they may continue to live like before is a major mistake. So it is a wrong signal. So this does not mean, of course, that the electricity market design should not be revisited at the EU level to take into account the problems highlighted during the last 6 months. And maybe it's possible now to try to better reflect the role of CO2, the role of demand, the role of renewables and of the energy mix in general, and also the security of supply to be reflected in the price. So, but let's be careful. Let me conclude 2 things. The bad news is that we are living in a very, very uncomfortable and uncertain period with probably more difficulties to appear in case of a prolongation of the Russian war and in case of a China-Taiwan conflict, which is looming. Added to the climate change, which affects all of us and much more the poorest countries of the planet, as I said, we have many reasons to worry. The good news is, and this has been conveyed by the previous speakers, is that such crises should lead to major changes in our behavior at all levels. And that is where crises are doing good to make changes which are needed. We know that we have to change, and this crisis is not giving us any other choice than to change our way of living. So let's hope that these hard lessons learned this year will finally produce more wisdom and more genuine welfare. At the end, we are all sapiens. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
The Nordic energy market will be very important to reach these climatic goals because it sets in some way the scene.
There is a drive from the market to push forward for these green solutions, and they will take on all 17 sustainability and development goals.
Nordic Energy Research travelled through the Nordics, talking to thought leaders and exploring the potential of benefits of an electricity market and Nordic examples of renewable energy source cooperation.
Developing Nordic
solutions to global challenges.
The electricity market is a very good example of Nordic energy cooperation because it's actually one of the markets that have been built up for many, many years.
Historically, it was a Norwegian idea to balance out the market, make better use of the natural resources we had. And then in 1996, Sweden was looking at, we have a different energy mix because they had both thermal, they had nuclear power and hydropower. They decided to join Norway because in that case, they would then be in competition with Norwegians. So all of a sudden you had double the market, and hence, instead of making the fish smaller, you make the pond bigger, basically. And you had the world's first international energy market.
We need all the good cooperation that we have. We have the wind energy in the south and offshore, and we have the hydropower up in the mountains. These two technologies can complement each other by actually helping that you always have a stable supply of electricity.
Denmark works really well, and that is intermittence is balanced out by flexibility elsewhere.
Sometimes we have more than 100% of wind energy in Denmark. Then we need the neighbors to be able to use it. We have some days where the wind is not blowing. We need the neighbors to be able to supply electricity. You can actually get cheap electricity in one period and have enough electricity in another period.
The fact that we could do it cross-border and scale it up and trade across countries is because in the Nordic countries, we have a mutual trust and we have the experience of cooperating. And this is really, really essential part of it because we needed to trust our neighbors. Our energy mixes together, combined, makes us better.
It creates for all of us flexibility, and also, at least so far, it has been very, very good from the pricing point of view.
Using the same algorithm that we have developed together with other power exchanges in Europe ensures that you always produce the cheapest source of energy first, but also there is a point of equilibrium between supply and demand, so that when the prices are high, we see that demand goes down, helping the system, which is really, really essential. And then you see it also on the supply side in every price area that if the price goes up, that's an incentive to set up another windmill or to improve your hydropower plant in that area.
The Nordic countries, together we are the 11th largest economy in the world. And we also see it with research cooperation that we have research environment in these countries that are rather small internationally, but going together we get a critical mass where we actually become a key player.
In the energy transition, I think the transmission system operators play a very important role because they are the ones that are going to enable more consumption and more production.
One of their tasks is to make sure that there's no bottlenecks.
They can try to balance the production with the consumption in real time because it needs to be in balance the whole time. And the energy markets, they can then provide, incentives for either to increase the production or they can bring incentives to lower the consumption. energy markets or electricity markets are a very transparent way of doing that.
If you're running a market on only renewable energy sources, the prices goes radically down because the marginal cost of paying for a little bit more wind to produce energy or a little bit more sun or a little bit more rain is very cheap. You don't have to ship it, you don't have to pay carbon tax on it, and you don't have to dig for it.
We have synchronous systems. We have the same frequency in Finland as we have in Sweden, as we have in Norway, as we have in parts of Denmark. But we are maybe a little bit out of phase with the rest of Europe. You could look at that as an electricity island or an energy island.
Energy island is a kind of energy hub offshore, but it could also be onshore.
The interconnection between the countries in the North Sea is increasing on importance as well.
Instead of having lines going onshore, you can connect different energy hubs out in the sea.
You can create facilities for the production of hydrogen, for example, on energy islands closer to the production or generation of offshore wind.
You also get a much more integrated energy system at a lower cost out there.
These points of connections will be central in the planning of the grid and the energy structure of the North Sea as we go forward.
People nowadays are very aware of their energy consumption and they want maybe to create their own energy island. So they want to have a microgrid, but they would like to have then as a backup or as a security then the connection to the grid.
The key to turning around to a green economy is to have a competitive market. We really need to increase electrification of everything,
to ensure that we have enough production available to make this energy transition.
In that case, you will need to have access to market you trust.
Companies can include much more green electricity in their portfolio.
The energy market can give the right incentives for either investors to invest more in power production or to incentivize consumers to consume less at times of the day where the peaks are too high.
The Nordics have gone together to make common targets to be carbon neutral. They have gone together to actually say, okay, we want to be the forerunners in the green transition.
The Nordic electricity market, that's still the number one market in the world. And that kind of creates a playing field for different kind of technologies that can contribute to the sustainable future.
We open up the possibilities for new innovations.
There will be much more integrated sectors in the future, meaning that you have to think about power to X, where you actually combine electricity with gas. You have to think about power to heat, where you combine electricity with heat, for example, district heating.
We already have a lot of energy stored into our system.
Pump storage could not be another solution if the prices are high, where you reverse the flow of hydropower, right?
Heat pumps are a technology that consumes actually electricity while they transfer that heat from a source to the usable form in order to balance out electricity price variations due to wind and solar power, for example.
Offshore wind will be a stronger part of the electricity mix. The electricity markets in the Nordic countries will benefit immensely from the fact that they have balancing power already on the hydropower side, to some extent from nuclear power, and the fact that the Danish industry and the Danes in general will build facilities to produce hydrogen based on some of that power, which means that the balancing act will be easier.
Hydrogen will in the future on a bigger scale play a role here when there's a surplus of generation, and then you can store the hydrogen and you can use it for generation later or for industrial purposes.
Power to X hydrogen generation is a new thing that is actually growing quite strongly in the Nordics. And it really have to happen fast in most countries because you need the hydrogen to decarbonize both the transport but also other hard to decarbonize sectors.
You'll have both production and consumption on a decentralized level.
The market that we have now, it opens up for aggregators. You can participate maybe as a microgrid, or you can participate with your neighborhood.
Norwegian end consumers, myself included, will go into Nord Pool's website to see what is the spot price, because know that this is the price I'm paying for electricity in Oslo or in Tromsø or Bergen right this minute, or this hour in particular. And then they will act accordingly.
a platform where all of us can contribute in an open and transparent way.
But this model, because it is technology neutral, it ensures that the cheapest source is produced first, it can be scaled up. And also it's proven its flexibility, because the principle is very simple, and then you can modify the model depending on the country, on the regulation, on the energy mix. Having common energy markets is something you should have globally. If we jump out of Europe now, there is 7 times more investment in countries that has a marketplace for electricity. Not necessarily a liberalized market, but a regulated market, but a market that is fair to all, and that there are laws and regulations that you can understand. You should have countries much more interdependent on each other, because it is a win-win situation where we all benefit.
Then I get the microphone. It's very effective, actually. Okay, so we are now starting with the next session, which is the security of supply and market volatility session, which is, I think this is maybe the most challenging topic here in these 2 days. We have a balanced set of speakers ranging from transmission system operators, regulators, the academic world, and from the ministry at political level. We know that the impact on the electricity sector has been very volatile the last few months and year and a half. So it will be extremely useful if you as major actors can shed light on and the causes as well as the short-term and long-term solutions. You need to know the roots of the problem if you are to find the mechanisms to get out of it. So I will start with a TSO, a transmission system operator, Statnett, where we have from Norway to Erik Grammeltvedt. So I give the floor to you to address the regional adequacy issues. Regional, then you have to explain what is regional adequacy.
For having me. I think the first picture will explain what it is. Have you put on the mic? I think he's busy back there. So, if I could have the slides, please. Oh, okay, then I'm on the mic as well. So I think the first picture will explain what is regional adequacy. This is the Baltic Sea leaders meeting who met in Helsinki on the 2nd of November and going through the adequacy situation in the Nordic and Baltic region. And also, I'll also end on this note, explain how how we work together to handle the situations that may arise. So what I'm going to do today is to go through 2 analyses of where we are at the moment, how how the power balance looks in the Nordic and Baltic region. I'll say a little bit about the TSO study on European level, the winter outlook, which is done by NSOE, which we also participate in as TSOs with our knowledge on the Nordic and Baltic area. A small disclaimer, I'm not into all the details of the analysis, so if you have very detailed questions, I might not be able to answer, but we might come back to that, and there are maybe someone in the audience also that can help me on that. So the main message, which is conveyed in the study that we have done and which was presented on the 19th of October, is that we are facing a perfect storm. We are facing a challenging winter. However, looking at the aggregate figures, we are on the positive side. But there are buts in that. There are differences between countries that need to be handled in a situation that arises, which also means that an important part of the message is that we also are dependent on the capacities between the countries so that we can exploit the power for the best uses of it. We are, and this is maybe also a bit, or this is, today is not the day to start about very high prices in Norway and Sweden because they're quite low today. But we are expecting in a tighter situation that the price level will be high, and also in the future, also in the winter. And this is also important because one of the key findings in the study is that if we have the demand reductions that we see currently, and also that we expect is there in the price sensitivity in the market, this will be a tremendous help for the system operation side. So there are lots of ways to analyze advocacy. To analyze these questions on the energy balance, and the way it's done in the Nordic Baltic analysis is that we look at two sort of cases and look at them separately and see how they are doing. I'll go back to the methodology a little bit further. So we're looking at an average winter, and we're looking at a cold winter, and see how this looks in those particularly in the extreme cases. So what is this perfect storm? I think previous speakers has been through it. Of course, the stop of import of energy from Russia is the main driver behind what we're seeing. But at the same time, there is issues on the access to and this, of course, affects access to fossil fuels in the Baltics and Germany and Finland and Poland. Also coal. Then at the same time, we have the low hydro levels in Norway. I can, however, say that currently it's raining a lot, and it's still raining. So the reservoir levels are on the positive side. And we also have seen the effects of imports or sort of that we have kept the reservoir level, exports from reservoirs very low since summer. So this is very important for the sort of overall balance and also for our ability to export during the winter. And then we have the uncertainties around the nuclear situation. Olkiluoto, as you well know, in this area. Also on the Swedish side, there are issues. We'll go back to that. And then we have the bottlenecks in the grid that, particularly the north-south flow in Sweden and also Norway, the capacity of moving power in that direction. And then as the previous speakers also talked about this regional cooperation, there's also a case where we might have to desynchronize the Baltics from the Russian grid. And we are prepared for that, and we are able to do that in the medium stage together with the Nordics and then together with the continent if that situation arises. A little bit about the methodology. I've talked a bit about it already. We look at snapshots of the winter power balance at peak demand in an average winter and in a cold winter. We have market resources that are in the day-ahead market, and then we also have some reserves that are on TSO's hands. And we look at both with and without them. And we also look at the energy balance over the winter. So in the process of going through the analysis, we start with we see what we have available of installed capacity, and then we look at what is planned for outages, what is we can expect to be available, and what can, based on our experience, or not be available. And then we look at the weather conditions, how that affects production, wind, solar, hydro. And then we also look at scenario-specific capacities. How will this play together in a very cold scenario towards a very with little wind, for instance, and how this plays together. So these are the basis for the analysis, and then we create regional power balances for the Nordic and Baltic region. And you can see here that we have a total of, I think it's 196 gigawatts in capacities available in the market, and we have a maximum demand of 181. So there is approximately 14 gigawatt available for the surplus in the market. And a part of that, of course, is the flexibility of gas to play together with, which is in here, but part of that is the gas capacity that's available and the need for gas. And that is the average winter, and then we have the cold winter with a higher demand and less flexibility. We also have then as I said, the expected flexibility on the consumer side. It's a bit strange, these slides. It doesn't look like that on mine. So there's an expected reduction in demand of 9 gigawatts in a high price due to the market situation. And then if you look at all resources, there is an extra 5 gigawatts of resources at TSO hands that can be made available for the market to play together. So that is sort of the average regional power balances. Then we also look at this at a country-specific level, and we see that there are also on a high peak demand situation on average in Sweden, Finland, and Estonia and Lithuania. There is a shortage also in Denmark. So there is a need for import in these countries, and there is an access on overall. So this is differently distributed, and it of course becomes even more challenging in the cold winter peak demand situation. So we are preparing for that. An important preparation on the TSO side, both in Sweden and Finland, is to inform about this. We also do that in Norway, inform about the possibility of reductions and creating a sense and an awareness for the need for reduction of energy consumption at the households and industry level. And we're also preparing to cooperate to handle the situation. I'll go back to that in a while. Looking at the energy situation, which is important for everybody, but in Norway we are particularly we're more concerned, as you saw, with that we had the excess of power production possibilities, but we need to have the water all the way through winter. So there's an energy issue. This is also, of course, something that is happening important for the whole region. We can see that in an average winter, we are 75% covered by the non sources that are not dependent on fuel supply from gas and coal. However, in the coldest winter, you see that there is more needs, of course, and then only 70% of the market is covered by the renewables and the hydro situation. And as you know, I don't have a slide on that. The gas situation or the storage seems to be good for the time being, but of course there are also issues looking for the next winter. Then quickly about some very high-level notes about the winter outlook that is performed by the NSOE. So this is an early assessment. It's been important for the Commission, of course, and for the environment that the NSOE and the TSOs deliver information rapidly and as soon as possible. And there's been updates all the way. And there will also be updates after the 1st of December when this study is made available in the full study. So this is an early study, and things are already changing, as I said, about, for instance, the hydro situation in the northern part of Norway. This is more of an aggregated study that looks at sort of not sort of two extreme situations, but try to model all situations and present them. And it complements then the type of regional and national studies that we do at the TSOs. Yeah, it is a complex figure. I was just trying to make a point to say that the way the study is made, it's looking at a few hours, the hours not where energy is not served, which means that what I was talking about on the power balance in the demand in the high demand situations will not be materialized in this figure, because it's only it's averaged out on this type of analysis. Well, the situation might be a longer periods if we have a dry winter or cold winter in the southern part of Norway and Sweden. So that is why it's not saying that this study says that the situation is less severe than what the others saying. It's just a different way of looking at the issue. We also have the nuclear situation, which is part of the analysis, and we look at some country-specific risks also in this study. I think the main observation here as well is that we will have the reference case. There will be sufficient, but there are some areas that need to be looked at particularly. They are mentioned in the blue box up there. And it's also important to say that we need to have electricity available we need to have gas available for the electricity production. So we need the storage there, and it's very important that that has been made. And then we have, based on these reference scenarios, there's also made sensitivity analysis, going through a full analysis of all the hours and all the possible weather and things happening on issues around nuclear lack of nuclear both in the Nordics and in France, constraints in the grid or in the coal supply in Germany and Poland, and also there might see a switch of residential users from gas to electricity in some cases. That can be an extra stress to the electricity system. So we test this. Things look pretty good for the winter, given that we have the gas situation there and the demand reduction, as I said, very important to take down the stress on the system. And then there is the preparations among the TSOs. So we are preparing on the European level, coordinating through NSOE. We also have coordination on a sort of Nordic Baltic level already. It's already there. We have, as I said, the commitment to cooperate. And maybe an important note to leave this on is the importance of the knowledge of the different operation centers and the knowledge of each other and the trust of each other, which is there, and the possibility to pick up the phone and call and make an arrangement if that is needed. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Erik. Any questions? We could take maybe one or two. Yes, Rota, Śnuka.
Yeah, thank you. Roesch, Latvian regulator. What exactly means adequacy risk if it's very high? Would we expect blackouts during a cold winter?
Yes, that was what if the imports are not available, you can see a few hours of blackouts or rolling. You need to handle that. So it can happen, but we're not saying that it's very likely. We're saying that that's not so likely, but it can happen.
Thank you. Thank you very much for excellent presentation.
Thank you.
And we move forward in the program, and the next man in here is Petteri Kuuva from the Finnish Ministry of Industry and Trade. He has been working on Nordic and EU level for a long time. I think I met you first time in 1990s with the first electricity directive. So that's just a fun fact, but I give the floor to you.
Oh, thank you, Johan, and thank you for the possibility to come here. It was a good overview of the Baltic Sea region, and I will now look at the situation from the Finnish perspective for the adequacy of generation and the price levels, what the Finnish government has done, what has been our message to the European Commission, and one slide about the future market model also. Sorry, I should go back that one. So this map and chart is from Fingrid. If there's a normal market situation in a very cold winter that comes once in 10 years, we would have 12,900 megawatts domestic generation, and the estimated demand is 14,400 megawatts. So we would need this 1,500 megawatts, which was already in the previous presentation. So if the market functions, there should be no problems, but we are preparing for the possibility of power outages. And what are the uncertainties? So first of all, the availability of fuels, mainly gas. We will have the floating LNG terminal in December, but there can be some availability problems also for domestic fuels like biomass. Earlier, about 25% of our biomass was imported from Russia, and that has ended. The commercial use of Olkiluoto nuclear power plant is still a question. A couple of weeks ago, there was information that there's problems with feed water pumps, and we don't know yet what is the timetable. The initial timetable was before the end of December. One big question is the availability of DC interconnections between Finland and Sweden and Finland and Estonia. And after the sabotage in Nord Stream gas pipelines, we have looked at the security of infrastructure, and one danger is that there might be also sabotage in these electricity interconnectors. The hydropower situation in Norway is worse than in normal year, but it's getting better. And of course, a situation where we have a cold weather in all Nordic countries in the same time. So in Helsinki region, in Finland, and in Stockholm region, in Skåne and in Denmark, that might limit the possibility to import power from the Nordic market. So Fingrid is preparing for the possible generation adequacy problems with 3-stage model, where the first is that electricity shortage is possible. Then they contact all the producers and big end users that they should react to the situation. Then there can be a high risk of electricity shortages. Then Fingrid uses this their own reserve capacity to balance the situation, and if we end up with the electricity shortage, then we will have circulating outages, which are organized by the distribution network operators. This is also from Fingrid's slides. So the 3 factors which are now crucial is the domestic production, imports, and the weather. So how cold we have and how much we have wind power. So if all of these are okay, then we don't have problems. But when we have a problem with one, then we need energy savings to manage the system. And if we have problems with 2 of these, then the energy savings and saving of peaks is very, very crucial. And if the Olkiluoto 3 nuclear power plant is delayed, then the possibility that we have the cold weather, low wind power production, and no Olkiluoto 3 production is a possible risk. The prices in Finland have been high in the late summer especially, and of course the volatility have rapidly increased. If we look at the retail market, about 54% of the Finnish households had a fixed contract for typically 1 or 2 years. So they haven't had any problems so far. And only about 9% had a spot-based retail contract where the price changes every hour. And the rest had sort of a fixed price which can be changed with a written letter 1 month earlier. So the spot prices are now more and more reflecting to the retail prices, and many of the households are worried. For example, if there's a household with direct electricity heating with annual consumption about 18,000 kilowatt hours. The January month consumption is then about 2,500 kilowatt hours. And if the power price is something like 50 cents, the monthly bill is 1,250 euros. So that is big money also for middle income household. The futures prices have decreased from the end of summer, and this is mainly because of the gas situation in Europe. So the gas storages are full, and that has influenced also the power prices. And this has reflected also to the retail prices. So I looked yesterday's situation. So now you can get the 2-year contract with 25 euro cents per kilowatt hour, and 1-year contract about 33 euro cents per kilowatt hour. And of course, these are very high prices because you have to pay the whole 2-year period this high price. But there has been a significant decrease in prices. So in the beginning of September, this 2-year contract price was about 35 cents per kilowatt hour. The situation in the retail market is such that only about 5 companies are selling now fixed contracts. So most people are going to the spot price-based contracts, and I personally changed to the spot price contract yesterday morning. I filled the internet blanket, and then I waited about 5 minutes whether I should press this send button. The prices are high. So what the government has then done, one of the most important measures is the national campaign for energy savings. It's called a Down Decree. And the main idea for this campaign was to give tips for households how they can save electrical energy and decrease their power bills. But now it's even more and more focused to the peak shaving and decreasing the peak demand. The general goal for short term is that 95% of Finnish household customers would make measures. And for long term, we hope that this would be a new normal for households' actions. There are many tips. These can be seen in all of the government's websites. So it is very important that we look when we use electricity. The morning peak and evening peak should be avoided when the situation is tight. We should lower the room temperature. 1 degree in room temperature means about 5% reduction in consumption. We should take lower showers. One example was that if the power price is 50 cents per kilowatt hour and you have electrical heating for the warm water, so 15 minutes of a shower costs about 2.5 euros. And I've said that you should all have this kind of hair. You can have 1 minute shower. We should decrease the underfloor heating. In many homes where there's a district heating system, there are still electrical floor heating, and actually those consume quite a lot energy. And you can say the situation is severe. The government says that you should avoid going to saunas when the situation is tight. But we have already had good results. Fingrid has made analysis. So in September, the consumption was 7% less than last year, and in October 8% less. And the economic situation and weather has been quite similar. So we are very happy with these results so far, and actually this is one of the measures how we are going to fulfill the Council decree on emergency measures in the power sector. We have also made some subsidies, so the value-added tax for electrical energy will be lowered for winter months from 24% to 10%. This is something which goes to all of the households. But for those households who have direct electrical heating, so the consumption is big, and they might have this very expensive contract, there are two different subsidy schemes. One is tax rebate from income tax. So if your electricity bill is 2,000 euros within 4 months, then you can get 60% tax reduction from the additional cost. And then for those households who have no or very little income, who can't make this tax reduction from income, there's a separate direct subsidy from the social security system. We have made also some other changes to the social security system. For example, if you get subsidies for your housing cost, the increased energy costs are taken there into account. So what then we had said to the Commission, one of the proposals is that we should lower the technical maximum price for the day-ahead market. Now it's now freezed to the 4,000 euros, but we see that it could be lower, but not too low. So it shouldn't restrict the supply to the market. We have also faced problems with the guarantees in the hedging market. The government decided on a 10 billion loan program as a last measure if the large generators have problems, and we are hoping that Commission would consider other guarantees than cash money, for example, bank guarantees. And Commission is now looking at the question. We also see that there should be actions to lower the gas prices, and the Commission proposal of solidarity is very, very good from our perspective. So in 2021, about 34% of our energy was imported from Russia, and everything changed. So the pipeline gas was cut off, the forest ships was cut off, and then the companies changed their supply routes that they don't buy any gas or oil anymore from Russia. So this change was made in few months' time. But there's still some LNG imports from Russia to the off-grid terminals, and our gas company Gazprom has a take-or-pay contract there. So if they don't buy the gas, they still have to pay it. And we would hope that the Commission would consider a European-wide ban on LNG imports from Russia. So we could make also a national decision, but this Gazprom company is 100% state-owned, and then the government decides to ban the imports. I think the Russians don't understand that there's a difference between the government and the company. Then about the further measures, Commission has said that they will publish a white paper on the market model in December. We haven't heard much about it yet, but the possible solution is that we separate the inframarginal production and the marginal production. And is the inframarginal production based on pay as bid, or is there some kind of regulated maximum price? We don't know yet. We will look openly to the proposals, but we have some concerns. like in the previous proposal. We have had a system which has worked for 30 years, and if we make big changes there in a couple of months preparation, we might have big problems. So we need proper impact assessments. How does it affect to the renewable power investments? How does it affect to the futures market, for example? And finally, further measures in Finland. As I mentioned, we have the liquidity support for hedging markets. Now we are also looking, should we do something with the balancing market, because the risk of the balance responsible companies have increased because of the high prices. Then we will give a governmental decree which consumers are critical. So if there will be rolling restrictions for the consumption, which are the last consumption sites which are cut off. There's already a recommendation from the National Emergency Supply Agency, but now the principles are taking in the secondary legislation. And actually yesterday Fingrid published a system where they are trying to find extra demand response and emergency generation units which could be utilized in a system where the generation adequacy is a serious problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think Finland, you have achieved a lot on energy efficiency. You gave peak shaving a concrete interpretation, yeah. The double interpretation, so to say. Are there any questions to Petteri? Jean-Arnold, and several hands. Jean-Arnold, and one there and one there. So two questions.
Well, are the power plant, the new nuclear power plants already fully operational?
Micro. No, here. Walking in the wrong direction is okay.
Thank you very much. So, just about the new nuclear power plants, are they fully operational in Finland at the
so
moment?
the Olkiluoto 3 nuclear power plant, which so far has delayed 13 years. So the timetable was a few months ago that it should start in the beginning of December. Now the timetable is the end of December, but there's still some problems with the water pumps. We don't know yet, but that will be clear. The other project, which was planned by Fennovoima company, with the Russian plant supplier, that was stopped.
Now, just a suggestion for the Nordic Baltic cooperation. I think what he said about the demand response, and we see the result in also on savings, electricity 7% in September, 8%. In Belgium, it was 10% in October. So I think it would be nice to compare the measures which have been taken to lead to these results, and also to ensure that they will continue like that, because I believe that there is some structural aspects to look at, and it would be interesting to compare the best solutions which have been implemented.
I think one reason why the consumption has decreased so much is, of course, the high prices. But then Finnish are they obey if the government says something. This was seen already in the COVID crisis.
It's Russian.
And perhaps the bigger problem is if with the elderly people who have already 7 degrees Celsius in their homes, so they are worried how can they get even 1 degree further down. So we shouldn't destroy the houses with too low temperatures and moisture, and we should not have health problems with people.
And one question there, short,
thank
and
you.
then
I have also a question about this Finnish nuclear power. The share is quite big, and the question is how much you are dependent from Russian resources, uranium and other equipment. And you said that one project you closed, but two other projects, they remain.
So this Olkiluoto power plant with two older reactors and this new reactor, these are Western technology. And then we have one power plant, 2 times 500 megawatt in Loviisa. It's Soviet technology, and Fortum still uses Russian nuclear fuel, but they are now diversifying the fuel supply to Western sources.
Yeah, thank you for this good overview about energy in housing and energy saving in housing. But generally, how much energy you consumption in private housing, in offices and in industry? What is generally this balance?
So about 50% is used in industry, 1/4 is used in homes, and 1/4 is used in offices and service sector and farms. And this information campaign is directed to households, but there's challenge companies for institutions and companies. And for example, the markets and shops, they are very committed to that. So everyone is doing quite a lot. And for example, even the industrial companies have hedged their power price. They still face the spot price when they buy the physical power. So they have a clear incentive to reduce consumption because of the high prices.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Petteri. Last applause. And then we move forward to the regulator, Rota Śnuka from Latvia. That's the regulator's perspective on the situation. So I give the floor to you.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Rota Śnuka. I am from the Latvian regulator, working before for the ministry, and I think it is really very topical topic we are discussing today. And so I will try. Oh, it works, yeah. First of all, I would like to start a little bit with background and the regulatory outlook for this winter, and then continue with short-term and long-term improvements, how we see from a regulator's perspective, maybe what should be done and what shouldn't be done for the new electricity market. And of course, Europe is not in a very good situation. Prices are up. Winter is coming, and economic situation is not very favorable as well. There are, of course, good news, but at the moment outside is quite warm, and we see gas price maybe back to the new normal from 350 euros per megawatt hour back to the 100. But of course, uncertainty is our biggest enemy, why we are still quite worried about this winter and most likely next winter. Just let me start a little bit about bigger objectives. And when I was thinking what we want to reach in shorter term and longer term, I started to discuss with myself about the dilemma. I think it is in fact trilemma, because our objectives are not like to say in now where some are more priority than others, and security of supply at this stage, of course, is how to say must. And just by reading through different news, we can see that coal-fired generators coming back into a market. It is for 1 year, for 2 years, and we know for how long, as well as prices are going up. And I was quite surprised by Eurostat when it was large increase in Czech republic in Latvia, in Denmark, if compare first half of 2021 and 2022, it's almost by half up. And there is no like very regional exposure, how it is and why it is so. It's most likely national subsidies, which brings in some changes, maybe some policies before. But in general, I think if we think in short term, when probably those objectives are in so-called trilemma in the longer term, I believe that we are still back on the track, but not like in like 2025 might bring us all some adjustments to objectives already set. And even by mentioning sustainable or renewable generators, which are also, we can observe in Latvia, there are a lot of projects which are quite interested to be developed. And it's mainly because of security of supply and less because of renewables and clean energy package. But from another hand, it's quite good that it still goes into one direction. But I think it is something to think about adjustments and how we will go in a longer term, and to also distinguish between short term and long term. As I already mentioned, prices, there is a quite high price volatility in the region. I put on the screen weekly prices, and first of all, it is quite, we can see there's difference between periods and also between the regions when price goes up. And now I would say it is more or less, again, back to the new normal. But mainly I would say it is because of gas price shock, as the gas generators, as the last ones, which set the price at the spot market. And of course, nature conditions, also maintenance of nuclear reactors, maintenance of power lines, which were out of the market this year quite a lot. This was another reason why we sell those prices, and also emission allowance under ETS. And we also we will face another condition by following this renewable directive, where also biomass is required to most likely buy quotas if for generators over 20 megawatts, if it's not sustainable, it doesn't meet sustainable criteria. And this is another obstacle we might face in Latvia next year. And of course, this period is not the best to cope with those situations. And now move on from regulators' perspective. Of course, it also brings in some more details in regulatory activities, and what we can observe in the spot market on wholesale and on the retail level, that there are some misconduction in algorithm trading practices, and the regulators are working hard with also a spot market, so-called spoofings, when bids are in, bids are out, and also trading in different market timeframes, as well, unregistered trading, what we also observed in Latvia, where there are some kind of trading with so-called reserves, but with overreach, consumption almost 10 times, and also other things. So there is a lot we can do as the regulators together with all on the region to improve the market, but not to switch it or restructure it dramatically. And my second part is a little bit about regulatory outlook. About positive power balance, we already heard about adequacy assessment, so I will not spend a lot here. But also I will touch upon a little bit synchronization and a bit more about volatile prices in Baltics. It's a bit deviation, but as already mentioned, we have this presentation about adequacy, and we are regulators, of course, we are also worried what is going on. in the region, and what we shortly read from TSO's report, that we have a positive power balance between 3 and 8%, but there is uneven distribution between countries. It means a lot from interconnectors. We need good coordination on all levels, and this 5% consumption is really very price sensitive. So far, we have not discussed so much about blackouts in the region. I think Nordics seems to be much more worried, but it's still, of course, possible. But this evidently will bring up prices, which is most likely then possible. I have also one slide about synchronization, and recently our transmission system operator, they also submit a new tariff in which we must also evaluate those synchronization costs. It's, how to say, it's not really free of charge. There are some parts which brings in our network reinforcements, but of course it is. And the last mention some kind of activities. And the last thing, some kind of activities. And the last thing in such activities. And the last thing in such chapter. And the last thing in such chapter, which I would like. And the last thing in such chapter, which I would like to share, and the last thing in such chapter, which I would like to share, is about the last thing in such chapter, which I would like to share, is about thing in such chapter, which I would like to share, is about in such chapter, which I would like to share, is about price volatility, which I would like to share, is about price volatility. And in 17th of August, in all Baltic countries, we experienced this price hike for 100 euros per megawatt, and this was something which was absolutely unexpected. Our distribution system operator evaluated that consumption went down by 7%, which is not a lot, but we should also keep in mind that there are some variable type contracts and fixed type contracts. And probably for 1 hour, it was, of course, information going around, but maybe not reaching everybody. But of course, this is some kind of situation where we need to deal somehow. Going on, this is a condition in that what must be dealt to some extent. And first of all, on the EU level, at this stage, there is already a proposal sent to energy group, which works under ACER, to consider that first of all, this reference price shouldn't go up. It should be kept up to 400 because in August, according to legislation, it must go up in a month for 5,000 euros per megawatt, but it was stopped. And now there are a lot of technical adjustments why price must be kept on the lower level than it would be under current regulation. And this is one of the examples which could be brought in the market without fundamental changes. And in fact, it will keep this price spikes to a lower level. And secondly, we are also working all Baltic NRIs, regulators close with spot market, Nord Pool, about what could be done if we again face the situation where we the price is up to a maximum. And first of all, it's demand flexibility, and here I would like to speak more about flexible bids, where demand is split in more smaller bids and the price is more flexible. Also, we discussed that this number of iterations could be increased, otherwise it could be some kind of mistake in this IT algorithm. Also, Nord Pool promised to open book opening already in December, in case we face the situation where it's already again 400, then this could be another option. And also, but of course, this also requires from market participants to work more with flexible bid strategies. This is so far about what we can do at this stage, and it's quite a lot how we can improve. And now I have one slide about short-term market interventions, where we also went through and are quite skeptical what we can do in the shorter term. First of all, financial compensations, I would say it's not really short-term interventions, it's like emergency interventions, and first of all, it should go to the ones in need for vulnerable population, but of course it is, to some extent, it is a political measure, and especially in countries where elections are coming, this is, we can observe more, for others maybe slightly less. But of course, every government would like to see their households more or less to be able to pay their bills. But of course, it is fiscally costly, and sometimes it also makes some kind of, it's not an obstacle for a market. Changing pricing methods about pay as bid, like price capping or regulated bidding, we are not also very optimistical. One iteration we went through when we discussed this in Latvia regarding tariff for underground gas storage. It's still a regulated tariff, but some years ago there was a very high demand, and there was an internal big discussion about whether we should go for pay as cleared or pay as bid, and finally we also opt for pay as cleared, as this is more, how to say, sustainable, and it like more balanced approach. And from here also one lesson what we learn from the theory is also that in general it should be the same price, whether it's pay as bid or pay as cleared, because if we choose for pay as bid, then companies or generators will choose another strategy. They will not go for the same variable costs as for pay as cleared, and at the end of the day we might come up with more or less the same price. And finally, those structural reforms, locational price signals, and market splitting per generation. There might be some adjustments needed for price zones. At this stage, we don't really have an answer. We have discussed about one price zone for Baltics for a while, and whether this will improve or not the situation, but we are quite skeptical about market splitting for generators, because in fact, there will be market disturbance, and this will have some impact on investment. Shortly about disadvantages. Of course, it is complexity, which brings in new measures, but the most important, I think, it is timely implementation. And if you look back to some kind of network codes or EU regulation, it takes almost 5 years. There is no way we can implement something this year, next year. It will be probably aimed at some time after the crisis will be over, and whether we should opt for emergency regulation or for measures which really brings some kind of benefits in a longer term. And another slide I have from, this is actually from ACER's final assessment of the key challenges and measures for policymakers. I think it was at the beginning of this year, or when Commission requested ACER to come up with a report. This report is available. It is from April 2022, but ACER continues its work on the report, and we will be another meeting by the end of November, and I believe that the next report could be available by the end of December and January. And in fact, what ACER proposes is to continue to work with different, also implement already what has been agreed. It is so-called 70% target, which kind of enhance West cooperation and electricity transfer between different countries. Another proposals from ACER is more related to renewable energies. And one which already put as a long-term proposal on the screen, it is power purchasing agreements, which could ease the small producers to sell electricity on the market. Here we more think about market price. And another one, improve efficiency in investment schemes. And so far, quite a lot of countries will still use feed-in tariffs. But at this stage, each country, of course, can decide which type of technologies they want to promote regarding sustainable development. But one approach like contract for differences could be the one which could help a lot in the longer term. For producer, it could be the same price if the price is low and the same price when the price is high. This probably might have a different, better exposure to the market rather than feed-in tariff or feed-in premium tariffs. Then we have discussed quite a lot about market liquidity and long-term markets like hedging, not for 3 years, for longer term. And here could be also kind of state or a public intervention to help both, to help consumers and to help producers to reduce this uncertainty in the market. And finally, also to consider some kind of improvements before the price goes up, taking into account that there might be some price spikes in the future when the government would know what to do and how to come in, but really not to punish some kind of generators or some kind of actors in the market. And now I have conclusions to finalize my presentation. And first of all, I think we must differentiate between short-term measures or emergency measures and long-term measures. Secondly, we might take into account of short-term measures. We might compromise long-term goals. And this is reality when market volatility they are not really a result of market design, but it is a gas price which draw electricity prices up, and there is a major impact on that. Existing market design, it is in fact, I think, generally acceptable, but some adjustments might be needed in the longer term. And also, one should take into account this timing, that it takes years to, maybe now it goes faster to Commission, but it takes some time to implement new market mechanisms. And for example, to adjust IT systems, it's already for traders and for spot markets. No, it is years, it's not so quick. And we need, of course, some more certainty in the longer term and distortion to competition, which is quite important. It must be limited to the minimum in the shorter term, taking into account that in longer term, this is market which sets the right price. And if we do something on the wholesale level, it should be some exposure on the retail level as well. Thank you for your attention so far.
Okay, thank you very much, Rota, for this excellent presentation. Very good conclusions.
Welcome.
I think you take one because you are close to lunch now. Two questions, one here and one there.
One question. You have made a lot of interesting proposals how to stimulate to make situation better, but how do you have any ideas how to stimulate local municipalities, towns and local governments to produce more renewable electricity and heat and save energy on local level, not only on a state level? Because the final question is on a local level, cities and municipalities, how to stimulate them.
Yeah, I can share our experience in Latvia, and we have centralized district heating system in quite a lot local regions where municipality is responsible for this heating and for heating and for society not to freeze during winter. And we have seen big, the trend is that local generators or those companies, they switch from gas to biomass. First of all, because when the gas price started to go up, there was like financially, it was interesting for the company. And secondly, honestly, there was quite a lot of programs from structural funds, from EU funds, to switch from fossil fuels to sustainable or more to biomass. And now the trend is that we have only a few gas generators locally in municipalities, and government helps them to switch from fossil to more biomass. This is how we. But there is no like specific rules that they must switch from one type of fuel to another type. No, we can also see that when the gas price were extremely high and some contracts were linked to the market, then we also noticed that companies use diesel for getting heating in the region. But in fact, there should be government support and price signals.
And one question there.
Yes, my name is Peter Zwart from the Netherlands Embassy in Lithuania. My question concerned your slide on the synchronization with the European electricity system. You said within hours we would be able to do it in case of an emergency, so a sudden disconnect. Well, I mean, you could argue we are already in an emergency maybe, but even if you don't, then I wonder if you can do it within hours, why would it take 3 more years to actually complete that process? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think what we really need is this balancing and frequency market ready. And it is slightly a matter of cost. What would be the cost? Because we are aiming at 2025, and this was, I would say, a long-term goal for us. And we are going gradually with this network strengthening. Still need those compensators on the border. It is actually the cost which makes a difference. But in case there is a real need, then we can do this. But I think about synchronization, our Lithuanian colleague from TSO is absolutely ready to talk more. But in fact, it is a matter of cost. But assurance, it pays something.
We will have a presentation on the desynchronization after lunch. Then I think we close this intervention. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Berit Tenbakk from Tema Consulting in Norway. She is an expert on the power market and the energy system, and has worked with the Nordic market also for many years. So I give the floor to you.
Thank you, Johan, and thank you for inviting me to the conference. I think it's been very interesting and inspiring so far, and I think the debate on these issues is going to go on for a while. The challenges are great. I'm going to talk a little bit about the experience with the Nordic market design. So going a little bit back in history and how it has worked since we in Norway, is this on or is it? If I do this, can you still hear me? Yes? Good. We implemented in Norway the market-based electricity system, or the electricity market, in 1991. We were actually, maybe with the UK, the first country to implement the system that is now used in essence across Europe. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the experience, and then I'm going to comment a little bit on the need for reform. We've seen this energy trilemma, policy trilemma before. That was exactly the background also for the reform that we did in Norway in 1991. The main objective of the reform was to improve the price signals. Why? It was to utilize the existing capacity that we had better. And we had a big surplus, so the improved price signals implied lower prices. I'll come back to that. We wanted to also ensure security of supply at lower cost, and we wanted economically efficient investments in network generation and consumption based on the market values. So first about the improved price signals, how did it go? What we had before the reform was a politically determined Statkraft price. Statkraft is now a commercial player in the market. It wasn't before 1991. And actually the parliament instructed Statkraft what prices to take for contracts for industries. But at the same time, we had a surplus that we needed to get rid of. It's a hydro system. We had a lot of surplus water. So the prices in this sort of occasional market, so to speak, were really, really low. So this reflected actually the value of the water. And this is what consumers paid. Or unplanned power. After reform, we had also a wet year when the reform took place. So we had extremely low prices corresponding to the actual water value. And then after that, we've had market prices going up and down. These are annual prices, huge variation, reflecting the water values. So it has to be taken into account that our situation in Norway is different because our system is almost 100% based on hydropower. We also managed to feed these prices that reflected the resource situation. This is sort of some periods in the market. I will come back to that. But we also managed to feed these prices onto the end user prices. So this is before deregulation, and of course the prices were increasing also for end users, not varying that much. But after reform, they have not continued to increase, but have stayed actually at an average. They have varied, but at an average below the price level that we had before the deregulation. Yeah, this is interesting. I also this slide didn't look the same, but you get the idea. We had area prices. We started with implementing area prices from the beginning. In the beginning, we had two price areas. These have been increased due to the structural bottlenecks that have emerged in the system. And these price areas do reflect differences in bottlenecks and differences in resource situations. We now have a big surplus in the north and a deficit in the south, but that is not structural. This varies also from year to year what the resource situation is. And the price differences, so how can I say, even though we have had the price areas, the differences between the area prices have generally been low. On average, around 1 euro per kilowatt hour, that's next to nothing. And the differences have been explained by non-systematic differences, as I said, varying inflows and varying resource situations in the north and the south and the east and the west, weather dependent, sometimes bottlenecks or combined with bottlenecks or in the transmission grid, and some periods with local imbalances caused by very rapid increase, for example, in demand. But of course, the situation also in Norway, we are also hit by the high prices and more in the south, combined with the dry air situation. So the price differences are much bigger now, and people tend to forget that that has not been the picture and that it has varied before. I heard someone on the plane yesterday discussing this, and a Norwegian and a Swede, and the Norwegian explained this situation in Norway, and he said, nobody thought about that. But that's not the case. This is an extreme situation and an extreme difference between the north and the south. We've also achieved security of supply at lower cost. This is the challenge in the Norwegian system, is the huge variation in the inflows. So this is from 1960 to almost 2020. And the difference between the lowest year and the highest year is almost 100%. So this is a situation that we have had to handle before the reform and after the reform. So before the reform, this was handled by saying that all of the monopolies, the utilities, monopoly utilities, had to have enough generation, their own generation or contracted generation with Statkraft to cover demand in 27 out of 30 years. And you understand from this graph why it's 27 out of 30 years, because it's according to statistics and how the weather is changing. So what we achieved with the reform, we started with a huge surplus. This is the normal year. We have, because of these variations, we tend to discuss the balance in the normal year. So this is a normal year generation in Norway. We had a huge surplus going into the reform. This was as intended, decreased during the first decade. Then we had a decade, in the second decade, we had a very much more balanced situation. And then after 2010, we had a bigger surplus than increased surplus due to mainly the buildup that we see. We had some thermal capacity coming in, but then it's the electricity or the support for wind generation or renewable generation that has also contributed to us building up. And today, or in 2021, 2022, we actually have a normal year surplus of 20 terawatt hours. But that is not solely driven by the market. It's driven to a large extent by the subsidies of renewables, as you can see. Now to the costs. In 1999, a contrafactual analysis was made. How much have we saved? Or what have we saved? What has we achieved by going from this self-sufficiency target to the market-based system? The generation capacity, normal year generation capacity, it was lower. This is in the end of the first decade by 7 terawatt hours than it would have had if we still had that self-sufficiency target. We had more efficient power trade due to this surplus that we had. We also had to trade with our neighbors, or exchange, as we called it, and then we agreed on the price. We had saved a total of 1.5 billion Norwegian kroner. we had significantly lower prices that had particularly benefited industry. Not the power-intensive industry, they had very low prices before the reform, but the general industry. So, of course, I didn't say that, but of course, with the variations we have, we also depend on trade. We depend on our neighbors. Even in the self-sufficiency era, we were depended on trade in 3 out of 30 years, right? So efficient trade is also very important in this picture. Yeah, okay. So you cannot see anything here. This picture was supposed to show how large the variations can be. We had in 2020, you cannot see it. In 2020, we had an extremely wet year, the wettest year that we've had for, no, I don't know, in the statistical period. And then in 2021, we went from, in the beginning of the year, a very high reservoir filling, and the end of the year going into 2022 with the extremely low, historically low reservoir fillings. So this is also part of what the market has had to cope with. Okay, but I'm sure they will send out the presentation after, because there are some curves here that you cannot see. And we have had these variations for 30 years, and the market has coped. We have discussed rationing. We have discussed, do we have enough water for the coming winter? Do the hydropower producers actually manage the water in a way that gives us security of supply? And we have never had rationing. It has always worked. Also, not only due to the management of the water, but also due to efficient trade, or and also the flexibility, of course, that we have in the reservoirs. We have had this clear, we see this clear reduction in the investments, the cost of the system. So we had high investments leading up to the reform, and then really low investments for a long time, corresponding to this just using the surplus that we had. But we also see that, as I said, towards the end here, in generation, we had the discussion about, can the market incentivize efficient investments? There's been a worry there. This discussion had been going on. We didn't need the investments in the first decade. We had a balanced development in the second decade, but we discussed, do we need gas power generation? When do we need it? Will we get it when we need it? That was the discussion around 2000. And then, of course, the ELT certificate market came, and we didn't really see what the market would have accomplished on its own. In the transmission grid, we have had the price areas have provided a better basis for efficient investments. Where are really the bigger bottlenecks, and what's the value of reducing the bottlenecks? We have built out a lot of interconnector capacity with Europe, within the Nordics, based on hourly price differences. These have been very profitable, proved very high value. But now we see that there is a significant uncertainty, and it's very much political, and imbalances in the market that are caused by the energy transition. And these do affect investments. So the uncertainty is bigger than ever for investors. And so this is my last slide. I don't know how I'm doing on the time. There's a lot to be said, there's a lot to be discussed about how we achieve the energy transition, and in particular, how do we achieve the enormous changes that we need to do the next 8 years. It's really, really urgent, and to convey this urgency and how much that needs to be done. I mean, we talk about billions, we talk about doubling the capacity, but really to take in these numbers is difficult. But there is very little time, and we need to do a lot at the same time. So we need to increase generation capacity, and this new generation capacity is capital intensive, so it's important that investors have the security they need to commit this capital. We need increased demand-side flexibility. We all know this, but we are only starting to get this demand-side flexibility. In a way, we know what we need, but we have a long way to go. We need a green hydrogen value chain, not maybe to 2030, but we need to start now. The same goes for offshore wind. If we're going to build out the massive amounts of offshore wind, we need the grid, we need the framework conditions, we need the market design, we need a lot of grid infrastructure in general, also other energy infrastructure. And it is going to be a bumpy ride. We cannot hide that fact. Prices are going to vary. There's going to be worry about security of supply, and it must be contained or maintained. And we need to also shield consumers to be able to do this. But my main message here is that there's an additional challenge that these huge investments, partly made by commercial actors, and need to be made in a period when we are going through we have to make huge changes also in the system characteristics, the regulatory framework, and the market design. And it's extremely challenging for investors to make these investments when everything is changing around them in a way. So it's really, really, really important to get this integrated planning right. With the market works best when we have long-term, stable framework conditions, but we are not going to have that for the next decade. We have to do as well as we can, but this is going to be developed in parallel with all these investments that we need. We need new regulations and market design for flexibility, for hydrogen, for offshore wind. And it's also been said earlier today, but the mechanisms to manage investment risks are also really crucial. There are some and this doesn't only go for investments in generation. We talk about energy efficiency sometimes as it is something that is happening, but energy efficiency also takes investments. It's also costly. It doesn't come for free. And the investments that we need to achieve energy efficiency is also dependent on the framework conditions. And we need to balance also these different mechanisms. Do we strengthen? If we use contracts for differences, we take away the incentive to use the forward markets. We reduce the what's it called again? Yeah, the word escapes me. So we need to balance also these mechanisms and see how they work together. And I mean, sector coupling, I think it's in here somewhere, but that's also something that we really need to do. I think I said the market design needs to be expanded, I guess, but it needs to be expanded to more than electricity, and it needs to work together across the sectors. And still, we need to keep the short-term price signals. Because I really believe that the short-term price signals are the core of being able to do all these other things. But it's a massive challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last slide was really European challenges.
Yes.
Yeah, just because some of these areas are being negotiated. I mean, hydrogen is being negotiated. You have energy efficiency, demand side, the flexibility, and so on. But maybe you should take one or two. This close to lunch, and I think people are getting hungry. Yeah, you were first, yeah, and then you, and then that's it. And it's closed after that.
Yes, just a question regarding the shielding of the consumers. In Norway, there is a support regime helping consumers to pay their electricity bill, but is there other ways we can bring the consumers on board, spending this money in different ways?
Yes. The short answer is yes. I think the Norwegian support scheme is very generous, and it's also for all. It doesn't have really a good social profile. That's one thing. I think that we really need to bring consumers on board by helping them with the financing of energy efficiency measures. And I think so. I think spending more money on that would be better, and we should do that going forward. I also think that next time, or if we need to do this again, I think we need to prepare better social profile, because the way we're doing it now, I fear that if it's a long-term measure, it's going to reduce the incentive for energy efficiency. And I really think that the energy efficiency first principle is really, really important, because everything costs. That's a way to keep costs down and also shield consumers. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I tried to be short. Andres Lavi, Invest Estonia. Okay, my question is, I saw all the slides. I didn't see the slide how, but we can figure it out in the corridor. What do you think about an idea that we can have a shortcut if we use we have a lot big infrastructure projects here going on. We're talking about 2050. So how can I achieve it fast? I mean, we have to simulate it. I guess that's the way, fast way. We simulate it first. I mean, digital twin, if this word means anything to anyone, and the metaverse is the answer. Do you agree with me?
I didn't really catch everything.
Okay, metaverse and digital twin, 2 words. Do you agree this is the way?
What is the way?
Okay, you don't understand. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
You can take that outside. You can take
okay.
Take it outside. Okay, then I think we break for lunch and we reconvene at 2 o'clock. So, and we have interesting interventions after lunch, so just stay tuned. Stay tuned.
The Nordic countries decided to restore the connections with Estonia even before Estonia regained its independence.
It happened in April 1991.
I think that was a very brave decision by the Nordic governments.
The office was first called the Information Office of the Nordic Council of Ministers, and spreading all kind of information about Nordic countries. Leo Salonen decided that it would be good to have a branch office in southern Estonia So it started in Otepää already in autumn 1991.
In our office were considered more secure than the telephone lines in our office were considered more secure than the telephone lines probably were considered more secure than the telephone lines probably in the presidential castle at that time.
I think there were Ericsson hotline phones, quite big ones. Quite an early stage we had email connections to the outworld, even though the internet was not so very well developed. Very many people used even the fax lines for sending messages or receiving.
My first day was on 1st of August 2005.
And I have been for now almost 6.5 years. When I came, we went to Narva, to Valka. When I saw Narva, I kind of realized immediately that we need to do something here. And then we decided to open an office in Narva, and it has been a success and a good recruitment to have Evgeny there.
During 30 years, we have established many events which have grown independent. I think it's a great achievement to grow.
Yeah.
I don't want to say old, but wiser anyway.
Põhjamaade luulefestival mängib, ütleme siis, viimase 20 aasta Eesti kirjanduselus kindlasti olulist rolli. Et sellest Põhjamaade luulefestivalist kasvaski tegelikult välja siis kirjandusfestival Head read. Me kutsume siia tegelikult Põhjamaade, Skandinaavia kõige säravamaid autoreid.
Ja minu arust ongi väga tähtis neid kirjanikke siia tuua, sest kirjandus on ka midagi, mis annab meile võimaluse ringi reisida. Ja mulle meeldib mõelda, et kui need kirjanikud siia tulevad ja kohtuvad lugejatega, kohtuvad nii täiskasvanud kui ka noorte lugejatega, et siis võib-olla mõni nendest noortest lugejatest või ka täiskasvanutest samamoodi saab reisida tänu sellele.
20 aastat tagasi Eestis neid probleeme tegelikult isegi ei peetud veel probleemideks riigi tasandil. Üks oli inimkaubandus, teine oli lähisuhtevägivald. Kui mina hakkasin tööle inimkaubanduse teemaga, meil ei olnud seadus inimkaubanduse teemal, meil ei olnud ühtegi teenust inimkaubanduse ohvritele. Meil kusjuures ei olnud ka perevägivalla kohta sel ajal veel mitte mingisuguseid uuringuid. Ja sellest peale kuni tänaseks on meil põhimõtteliselt olemas kõik.
Kui me nüüd võtame tänast päeva, siis Sotsiaalministeeriumis on võrdsete võimaluste osakond ja on ka vastav volinik.
Vanamajanduse puhul toimub karmilt öeldes rikastumine keskkonna arvelt. Eesmärk on kutsuda ühiskonnas esile seda muutust, et meie majandusmudel muutuks kestlikuks. Me oleme võib-olla seal teisel kilomeetril. 98 on veel minna.
Kui koos Tartu Ülikooliga viisime läbi esimese Põhja- ja Baltimaade rändekonverentsi Tallinnas, siis oli rändeteema väga emotsionaalne nii ühiskondlikus kui ka meedias avaldatud debatis.
Tänu võib-olla meie sellisele suhteliselt aktiivsele tegevusele ongi selline teadmispõhine rändedialoog Eestis üldse alguse saanud.
Et oleme kaasas käinud, isegi ennetanud neid protsesse, mis rännet puudutab.
Selleks, et edasi areneda, peab olema mingisugune tõuge. Omavahel läbikäik on ääretult vajalik, aga keegi peab seda korraldama. Nordenil on kombeks kaasata alati parimad professionaalid. Nordeni roll on, ma ütleksin, lausa hindamatu tähtsusega.
Et inimesed ise tunnevad, et tegelikult nende pingutus või nende kontaktiloome on hinnatud. Seal on see usaldus ja see koostöö on saanud liikuda teisele tasemele.
Sellest regionaalsest koostööst on tihtilugu saanud juba midagi, kus väga suurt vahet enam ei olegi, et on see siseriiklik koostöö siin ülikoolide vahel Tallinnas ja Tartus või on see üle lahe Helsingis.
Siin oleme nüüd Soome instituudi raamatukogus, kes ka tähistab 30. aastapäeva.
Narva on üldse absoluutselt selline teistmoodi linn kui terve ülejäänud Eesti.
Narva on väga armas linn, aga mitte kõige maailma rikkaim linn. Põhjamaade ministrite nõukogu üritused on hästi läbimõeldud ja kõigile kättesaadavad ka rahaliselt.
Mina proovisin leida neid ürituste formaate, mis Narvas ei ole veel varem olnud.
Tähtis on kaasata nii Narva noori kui Narva vanamemmesid.
Praegu näen, et inimestele meeldivad meie formaadid, sest Põhjamaad on väga erilised. Et kõik sellised sõnad nagu laagom ja hüüge, et nad on juba narvakatele tuttavad.
Põhja- ja Baltimaad on seadnud endale eesmärgiks saada maailma kõige integreeritumaks piirkonnaks ja seda läbi digitaliseerimise.
Ma olen siiani väga suure respektiga vaatan, mida teeb Soome. Ja sellega seonduvalt sai nii-öelda võtta need Soome esindajad ja panna siin küüne peale.
Kui me võrdleme Eestit võib-olla isegi 20 aasta taguse olukorraga, siis ka meie ühiskonnas usalduse kasve paljuski toimunud, ma arvan, läbi Põhjamaade väärtuste juurutamise Eestis. Ma olen enam kui kindel selles.
Future is such a fascinating phenomenon because you can change the future. Right now we are living in a world full of challenges. Nature, the climate, biodiversity. Very quickly we have to come up with ideas and decisions and solutions in order to make a better world.
Sinna on kõvasti veel minna. Ja seal ei aita ainult nügimisest. Seal tuleb päriselt ära teha asju.
But in order to reach those goals, we need a lot of cooperation. And that's the reason for us being here.
Ka nullist alustades, siis ka tänasel päeval on ikka veel nii palju vaja teha ja nii palju on võimalik teha.
Et see koht, kuhu me oleme tänaseks võib-olla jõudnud, mida me võtame nii loomulikult, ei ole tegelikult juhtunud niisama. Et selle taga on kõik väiksed pusletükid, mis on aastate jooksul nii-öelda kokku pandud ja see on nagu tõstnud meie elukvaliteeti tegelikult hoopis teisele tasemele.
When you look back now 30 years when Estonia regained its independence, the change has been of course remarkable.
Tunne on see, et ma olen kuskil 200-aastane või 180-aastane vähemalt. Kui sa alustad millegiga nullist ja töötad nii kaua, sa oled näinud kõik neid arenguetappe, mis on siis, kui ei ole mitte midagi, mis on siis, kui juba midagi on ja mingitel hetkel sa tunned ennast nagu meeletult vanana, sest sa oled juba nii palju näinud ja nii palju teinud.
Et mõnikord me oleme need seemne istutajad, teinekord võib-olla on see seeme istutatud ja meie aitame seda kasta.
The more countries we are that are speaking with one voice, the better.
Ainult koostööna on võimalik suuri asju teha. Et cooperation over competition igal juhul.
Aitäh selle koostöö eest ja ma loodan, et noortene ei unusta Narvat kunagi. Narva noorteneid kindlasti mitte.
Okay, now it's functioning. Okay, I ask people to take the seats, please. The show is continuing. We continue with the electricity session. We have 2 speakers left in that session, and then we will have a panel. The first speaker after lunch is State Secretary in the Norwegian Ministry of Petroleum and Energy. He will speak on energy policies in times of turbulence, a Norwegian and Nordic perspective. Andreas Bjelland Eriksen has been State Secretary also in the Prime Minister's office and has also worked with the regulator in Norway. So I give the floor to you.
Very much,
And great to be here with all of you today. Dear Nordic and Baltic friends and colleagues, it is a pleasure for me to be here and to take part in this electricity session. On the EU level and on the regional level, energy policy has become a very important matter these days. The current debates on how to tackle the energy crisis in the EU is important to all the Nordic and Baltic countries. We are all part of the internal market for energy, and very few challenges that we see can be solved without cooperating with our neighbors. The geopolitical situation with Russian aggression has made this even more evident. In recent weeks, Russia's warfare in Ukraine has shifted to targeted attacks on civilian infrastructure, especially electricity supply. The attacks lead to great humanitarian suffering and economic losses. Therefore, it is important for us to contribute to the ongoing repair of critical infrastructure and other things that are necessary for the civilian population's immediate needs. Norway will contribute 2 billion Norwegian kroners through the European Development Bank to the purchase of gas and via the World Bank funding to repair civilian infrastructure. The way that Putin utilized gas as a strategic weapon targets European solidarity with Ukraine. Since gas power plants in many hours represent the marginal electricity generation, this creates spillover effects also to electricity prices. In this situation, it has been and remain our view that the single most important contribution that Norway can make to combat the current energy crisis is to ensure a high and stable level of production from the Norwegian continental shelf. Let me state very clearly, high and volatile gas prices in Europe are not in Norway's interest. They lead to explosive electricity prices in large parts of Norway, challenging Norwegian households and Norwegian businesses. They hurt industries in Europe, our most important trading partners. They create social tensions in many European societies, our partners and allies. As a trusted and reliable energy partner, we wish to contribute to stabilize the energy markets. Together with field operators, we have turned every stone. We have permitted the export of gas that normally would have been re-injected or kept in the reservoirs for long-term recovery of oil. We have allowed the postponement of non-critical maintenance. We have allowed reduced extraction of heavier components in the gas, thereby increasing energy deliveries in the pipelines to the continent. And we have increased flexibility in the gas transportation system to allow higher deliveries to markets where scarcity is highest. As a result of these measures, the companies operating on the Norwegian continental shelf, whether Norwegian or European, are on track to deliver 122 billion cubic meters of gas in 2022. This level is historically high, up 8% from last year. And to put the figure in perspective, 122 billion cubic meters is the equivalent of close to a third of the total gas consumed in the EU in 2021. At this level, we are at our maximum, with the primary constraint being field capacity. I know and I hear many European politicians and policymakers that are under immense pressure at home and are worried about the political consequences of high energy prices. We hear it, we understand it, and it worries us too. Norway is a serious and reliable partner. As our government has communicated to the Commission, to individual member states and in public, Norwegian authorities and companies are ready to explore proposals, any proposals that can stabilize the energy market while ensuring that we maintain high levels of production and accelerate the development of renewable energy. For obvious reasons, the EU now puts increasing weight on the energy policy responses in its wide efforts to solve multiple challenges as combating climate change, improving the competitiveness of our economies, and securing energy supplies for our citizens. Let me state clearly, this is no easy task. In the short run, we need to find measures together that increase energy security, ensure that Europe does not depend on Russian energy, and address the demanding situation in the energy market. From the Norwegian side, we are concerned that when assessing measures, focus should be on the main issue, the lack of energy in the system. The only permanent solution out of the crisis is more investment in energy generation. Short-term measures should ensure that the market continues to function as efficiently as possible and that no measures are introduced to have unintended consequences which can contribute to worsening the situation. We therefore, for example, support the proposed mechanism by the Commission of coordinated buying to fill storages of gas for next year. At the same time, we must be able to keep in mind the longer-term target of decarbonization. While the current energy crisis is an immense challenge, it is also, from my perspective, a great opportunity to speed up the green transition that we have been talking about for so long. This can only be done by ramping up investments in renewable power generation, grid infrastructure, other energy carriers like hydrogen, and technology for the hard-to-abate sectors like CCS. The Nordic countries deregulated power markets in the early 1990s and brought their individual markets together into a common Nordic market. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania followed suit and joined the Nord Pool market in 2010 to 2013. From my side, we have a weather-dependent system. We only have as much energy system in our system that we get through the rain going into our hydropower reservoirs. In dry years, we need to import energy. And in other years, we can export to other countries. This system is of benefit to us and to our neighbors. With our history of cooperation, it is therefore logic and important that the Nordic and Baltic countries exchange views on the challenges ahead of us. This is the purpose of this conference. Energy has been an important area of cooperation between the Nordic governments. The Nordic energy cooperation has focused on key topics within electricity, energy and climate, energy efficiency, and renewable energy. Our cooperation is based on the Action Plan for Nordic Energy Policy Cooperation running from 2022 to 2024. The Nordic electricity market has been a European role model for developing markets in other regions of the internal market and here in the Baltic countries. The thematic orientation of the Nordic energy cooperation is similar to the orientation of EU energy policies. The regional cooperation among the Nordics work well. The president of Nordic cooperation is rotating. The current Norwegian presidency has also underlined that the relations with the Baltic countries in energy policy matters are absolutely vital. I believe that the Nordic and Baltic countries, despite some differences, share a vision of a more sustainable energy future with open and effective markets as well as security of energy supply. On this road, also in turbulent times, all have to make some choices. This is why it is a good idea to be here to share with others the instruments and policy measures that we believe to have in our toolbox. The regional platform with Nordic and Baltic countries is a good point of departure to exchange best practices. The EU, in its approach to energy policy at the EU level, also calls for regional cooperation. On electricity, we have also noted that the EU Commission is considering a new structural reform in the market. It is consequently very important for us as a larger region to be well aware and prepared to make up our minds. The IEA is clear that the world is in a global energy crisis, triggered by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. High prices contribute to inflationary pressure and risk of recession. It has effects beyond the electricity and gas bills of the households in our countries. The IEA estimates that the number of people in the world without access to electricity will increase in 2022 for the first time since EEA began measuring this. The report points out that there are signs that the energy crisis may lead to a lasting change in the energy systems in the world. Several major energy markets, the US, EU, India, and China, have taken steps to accelerate the transition to renewable energy. At the same time, we have to face that too little is being done to reach the level of what the IEA assumes in the roadmap to net zero emissions. There is still a big gap between what is said and what is being done. We meet here today in grave times, and the challenges facing us are immense. At the same time, Europe seems to have withstood the first challenge. EU gas storages are more than 95% full, and we are prepared for a cold and dark European winter. I remain a lifelong optimist. I believe that we can utilize the current challenges to strengthen our cooperation, to further develop our electricity markets for the best of our people, and to speed up the decarbonization of our economies. I look forward to the rest of the discussions today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Andreas, for this speech. We can come back to the questions during the panel, I think, for you. And we can move to the next speaker, which is Liutauras. No, I have to pronounce it correctly. Liutauras Varanasavicius. Was it okay?
Close enough, yeah.
Yeah. So he is going to speak about the from Baltic synchronization to energy sector transformation.
Yep.
So this is going to be a good update. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So Liutauras, that's how you do it. Varanavicius. Nice to be back. It's not the first time for me here, so let's take another transmission system operator's perspective. And I have two topics for you to share with you. It's Baltic states desynchronization, as it was already questions about it, and renewables integration. So I'll connect those two topics into one. So this slide you've seen already on Latvian regulator slides. So what I will explain here more maybe to you today is the question and the answer from audience. So we are going to desynchronize, that's obvious already. It's not the question if we will do it. It's not even a question of how we will do it, because you can see it, how we will do it. Lots of infrastructure investments, lots of disconnections, but question is when. So the audience asked exactly when. So according to the law in Lithuania and the agreement in Baltic states, we'll do it by 2025. But that is the first and main scenario. Second scenario is 2024, if we agree among Baltic states, because major infrastructure will be there already for 2024. But the third scenario, it might be today or tomorrow. So the question from audience was why we don't do that today or tomorrow, and the answer from Rota was very correct, is the costs. We investigated before deciding on when and how to do it. We investigated by doing the study that if we do it without preparation, we must ensure in Baltic states so-called must-run generation for inertia, which would, for free Baltic societies, cost roughly €1 billion per year. Is it expensive or not? It's a good question, but that's why we don't do it today, because we can wait. We decided to invest into lots of infrastructure. Here is worth to mention that 75% of this infrastructure will be with a support from European community by Connecting Euro Facility funds. So stepwise synchronous condensers. Totally 9 of them will be installed in Baltic states. So in upcoming 1 year in Estonia and Lithuania, it will be already 4 synchronous condensers invested. So that's why we say that maybe by 2024 we can do it already 1 year earlier. But if Russians and Belarusians decide, as they did with Ukraine, to desynchronize us, right? So we are ready today. We are ready today. It only costs more, and of course the markets will be more stressed because more obstacles will be there for upcoming 2 years. If they don't do it, I mean Russians and Belarusians, if they don't desynchronize us in upcoming 2 years, we will do it ourselves, and pretty soon. So, but good news is that each country does its own work on infrastructure. We invest a lot. In Lithuania, we have 20 projects ongoing and 6 are completed already. So that is very good news. But of course, out of this whole package, some of the projects, unfortunately, are going to be delayed. It's public already that, for example, one HVDC line from Lithuania to Poland called Harmony Link, unfortunately, will have to be delayed by a few years and will be completed in end of 2027 or 2028. But this does not harm synchronization. This does not mean that we postpone something. Instead, we continue without Harmony Link, which is natural in such a big mega project, as we call it. So, yes, we will have to disconnect all physical lines with Russia and Belarus. In fact, out of 4 lines in Lithuania with Russia and Belarus, 2 today already disconnected. So we do it stepwise. We don't wait until 25 and disconnect all of them in 1 day. Instead, we disconnect it stepwise. But of course, Kaliningrad issue remains under question for all of us in the audience, but most probably they are self-sufficient already. They heavily invested in flexible generation. So I don't believe that Russians have made themselves a comfort to be dependent on our decisions. So most probably they are ready to be desynchronized today as well. So, but, what is the good news? We invest 2 billion euros into Baltic states desynchronization with support of European community, but those investments will contribute to renewables a lot. In some systems, synchronous condensers, such as Denmark, I believe, are being recently invested due to the increase in renewables. So we invest into 9 synchronous condensers for desynchronization, but it will as well serve for boom of renewables in Baltic states. It will really increase a lot. Also, very important to mention, Lithuania decided to invest, and this year, end of this year, it will be already in operation into 200 megawatt battery park in Lithuania. That's one of the top 5 in Europe, I believe. Very big project. It will serve for desynchronization, for reserves, but also it will serve for boom of renewable in the future. So it seems like 1 + 1 = 3 in this case. By investing heavily in desynchronization and synchronization, we prepare ourselves for renewables increase. Harmony Link will contribute to the 1,000 additional megawatts of renewables, offshore renewables in Poland, and all Lithuanian internal grid reinforcement will also contribute to that. So that is very good news for all us waiting for renewables to be reality. This picture from one of the European Commission studies that the future grid will be not onshore but offshore. This is HVDC offshore grid to be one day reality. Okay, we lost the figures, but potential is huge. You know it by heart. Anyway, Lithuania takes first steps as well towards offshore, which is not there yet. And you see the plot marked in blue and plot marked in red, which is the first 700 megawatt radial offshore grid to be developed, and auction will be announced already next year. So this is not something, you know, for the future, it's already happening. Legislation is there and auction will be there. So second phase will be in 2030. So 1.4 gigawatt of installed capacity of offshore in Lithuania will be pretty soon in upcoming 8 years. The total potential of blue area is 3.5 gigawatt. You might get lost in the figures. Lithuanian peak load consumption is 2 gigawatt only. So we're talking about double the size of offshore only, all right? And now let's add up a little bit of, after this slide, of onshore, and you will see the whole picture. So we believe that after doing the first 2 green radial interconnections by 2030, in the future, as a next step after 2030, we have to investigate the possibility to do, let's call it energy island, or let's call it HVDC hub, something which would allow us to utilize the full 3.5 gigawatt of potential by connecting to our neighboring countries, because radial connections are going only onshore. So that's why we draw these red dotted lines towards our neighbors. Of course, it has to be decided, agreed, and first steps are already here in the Baltic Sea. I know Estonia and Latvia recently announced the joint offshore multi-terminal project, which I congratulate with. So that is perspective for Lithuania as well. We will need to do something similar if we want to get, okay, figures are missing again, but it's not me. Anyway, look at the blue columns, which are 6 gigawatt installed capacity in 2025. That is the dark blue color. I mentioned you 2 gigawatts of peak load in Lithuania. Those 6 gigawatt of installed capacity is onshore wind and onshore sun. So it's triple the amount already of peak load in Lithuania. By 2030, it will be 9.4 gigawatt. It sounds crazy, quadruple of peak load capacity. But let me assure you of one thing. 6 gigawatt, dark blue column there, is already proved by bank guarantee, 50,000 euros per 1 megawatt, because it's required in Lithuania. So imagine if I would be investor, I would promise to deliver onshore wind park of 100 megawatt. And if I don't do it in 3 years, I lose 15 million euros because I guaranteed this to do this. So my message here is that 6 gigawatts in 3 years will be in Lithuania for sure, because it's guaranteed by bank guarantees. Let's see about 9 gigawatts, but as I've said, offshore is in plans, so most probably very, very soon we will have boom of renewables in Baltic states as well as in Lithuania. Wow, all slides are ruined, but listen to me and maybe you'll get to my messages. The green columns are European tendencies towards constant investment in cross-border capacities, because if we want to allow renewables to be as we expect, we need more and more interconnections among ourselves, right? So my message was, and still is, that Lithuania does not stop to plan future cross-border interconnections to our neighbors. We know Sweden, we know Latvia, we know Poland, maybe Germany. So why we say that? Because this quadruple installed capacities of renewables will need not only to be used in-house, consumed in-house, but also exported in high amounts. And if we don't export, what 2 or more options we have is to curtail it, which we avoid, of course. It's not why we invest into renewables. Or it could lead to storing it for short-term or long-term purposes. So this slide also indicates what was said by my colleague from TEMA about spreads increasing constantly. So you can see the price difference in different price areas. It's constantly increasing, and spread for us is interesting. Why? Because increasing spreads gives opportunities for new businesses. So new businesses could lead again to development of storage technologies, right? So there is a short-term spreads with price fluctuation during the same day of 160 euros per megawatt hour to zero. And there is seasonal deviations, which of course might be beneficial for new businesses such as hydrogen. So lithium storage and hydrogen storage is the future if we want to implement this boom of renewables in the system. So I mentioned 200 megawatts, which was decided to be launched this year. We already have 1 megawatt pilot storage, but this is just under Litgrid ownership. And my conclusions are the following. Synchronization is going to happen in upcoming few years, better a bit later than sooner for us as societies. Litgrid enables the renewables boom in the future by investing heavily into additional grid infrastructure, and spreads and price differences and increased renewable development opens possibilities for new businesses. New businesses, especially in storage, short-term storage and long-term storage. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think we can now reshuffle a little bit the chairs at 2 minutes break, and we will set up the panel. Yeah. Now? I'm being told to feedback for the conference. And if you go to the Slido, which will appear on the screen, there will be a QR code. They should open their phone cameras and point to the screen or insert code shown on the screen on this website. Was that clear? I assume not, but you know the Slido feedback system. Let's just mention the names. And for the panel, we will have Litauras, Andreas, Bjelland, Petteri, and Berit Tenbach. I think we have 25 minutes for this session. We have had very good presentations in this session. I just want to start. I think this has been touched upon by many, some of the speakers. We heard from the President von der Leyen, the Commission President, and Simpson. They indicated, and more than indicated, that a structural reform was needed in the electricity market after the price spikes the last year. Are they exaggerating the message? Is this an exaggeration, or is it? Are there fundamental weaknesses in the Nordic and Baltic market? Do we need structural reforms? This is my initial question. Maybe a round on that, starting maybe with, I think, Peter, you said you should not be so hasty. So you can maybe continue.
Yes. So
I guess that you have some more information on that.
Of course, the Commission is a political institution. And as there's a crisis, it's clear that something perhaps should be done. But I see that there's nothing fundamentally wrong at this present market model. But at the same time, I say that the model has not been decided for this kind of situation where we might have high prices for a long time. We have experiences from Texas and California where prices were very high.
Good. Maybe you should continue. Berit, what's your assessment?
Yes, I also think that the market has done what the market is set up for. The market is a tool, and it's a very powerful tool to reflect and to reflect the underlying fundamentals. This is really not a crisis that is made by the market system. It is a supply crisis, and the market reacts as it's supposed to do. But then again, I think that it's the market. As I said, the market cannot do everything by itself. It also depends on, or the efficiency of the tool depends on the regulatory framework and long-term stability and these things as well.
Okay, and we continue. Thank you very much. And then Litauras.
Yes, I'll speak locally maybe about Baltics because we are the pioneers in having 4,000 euros. You know, I haven't heard anybody else in Europe having this. So how did this happen? Simply speaking, it was lacking 2 megawatts in the supply for consumption to be curves to be met, and that's why the load shedding was introduced and 4,000 euros was reached. So when you think about it, 2 megawatts, you know, leading the whole society to pay 4,000 euros for 1 hour, it's a bit crazy. But in fact, this situation was very funny because the biggest generators in Lithuania could not manage to sell. And that was due to the so-called paradoxical rejection, when they said, okay, we agree to sell the electricity for a certain amount, but when Nord Pool introduces this amount into selling bids, the price decreases below the amount they agreed to sell for, you know, so they've been rejected. So what it indicates that in systems like, for example, Baltic states, where supply is small, supply generators are very big and the demand is so small and inflexible that it leads to such situations when inefficiencies occur. So I think local decisions has to be made, and I know that Nord Pool will introduce very, very soon, in 1 month, I think, so-called secondary auction in Baltic states. Yes, I think it's already public. So it means that we are trying already to tackle these situations to avoid such inefficiencies in the market.
Good. And Andreas, anything to add?
Well, I think what is important to take as a point of departure for this current crisis is that it's an extreme supply side shock. Russian gas used to constitute 40% of gas consumption in Europe. Obviously, that's sort of almost completely falling away overnight is an extreme situation that you've never seen before and that you're probably never going to see again. So for me, the short-term solution is support mechanisms that can help those that cannot pay their bills, especially households. And the longer-term solution is predominantly to invest in more energy generation, more grid, more energy efficiency measures, etc., to be able to deal with the supply side shock long-term. But then at the same time, I think it's important to at least mention that a crisis should never be spoiled. And given what we're trying to do with the green transition, we're getting a situation where we get more unregulated power generation into the system. It's at least a good time to look at structural reforms and to discuss what types of reforms you need to facilitate the new energy system that we're trying to transition into. And hopefully that can be sort of the conclusion on what the Commission is working on, at least.
Interesting. You want to come back on the issue?
Yes, it's just a comment. I think I see that challenge. we've also had it in smaller areas in Norway. But I think this is also a good case for a structural reform. Could also be the structure of the industry or the structure of the parties in the market. And this is very important to also involve and activate the consumer side, the demand side in the market, to introduce more flexibility and more competition.
Mm-hmm. This trilemma, or these three goals, competitiveness, climate reduction, and security of supply. Do you see a danger for a backlash, a kind of Green Deal backlash due to the crisis, or goes it hand in hand? You want to comment on that?
Actually, we see that this crisis gives extra boost for the green transition because the price of fossil fuels are so expensive. Perhaps now the problem is that we had a logistic problem, so it's now difficult to get the appliances, and there are not enough installers to put the heat pumps and so on.
Mm. Others, you want to comment on this? Yeah, Andreas.
I can say, to a certain point, we do not fully understand the long-term effects of the massive amounts of investments that are being made in LNG import capacity to Europe. I think we need to sort of be honest about that. That will have sort of global market effects to a certain extent. But then I do not think that creates a risk of sort of the global transition stopping in Europe. I think the policies, the industry level, the consumers, for that matter, are so clear about the fact that this is the way they want to go. This is the transition going forward. When you look at investment numbers now, it's being ramped up so quickly, the investments in the green transition. And also, if you think from a security of supply point of view for Europe, it makes total sense to make large-scale investments in green technologies. So all those matters, I think are stronger than any sort of pullback effects that could drag it into the other direction.
Okay. Yeah,
but I think this triangle is becoming more and more unbalanced. I mean, the green transition and security of supply obviously are the priorities, but the competitiveness becomes somehow more fragmented and nationalistic, I think. So that is the risk we are facing, to ruin the perfect triangle into something, a new figure.
This link, going to this part of the discussion now, is the link between the gas prices and the electricity prices. The gas is smashing into the electricity prices, and there is a discussion on decoupling or Iberian solution, and to try to make a new system out of this. Is this something which should be considered on European scale?
So the Commission presented a non-paper in last year Energy Council meeting, and they analyzed the Iberian model for the whole EU, and the main conclusions were that the costs are distributed unevenly, and then the benefits are distributed unevenly. And in the Nordic and Baltic market, where big part of the power trade is hedged or done in bilateral contracts, the effects are not so big. And it might also increase the gas demand, and the power might be exported to UK and Switzerland. And actually, Commission's conclusion was that it's not suitable. Personally, I see it possible, but the system where we would distribute the cost to all countries, I think that is not acceptable, that Finland would pay the subsidies for German gas. We have already paid a lot of subsidies via Uniper.
Andreas?
I think a lot of measures are possible, and then the question is whether or not it's a good thing to actually go through with it. And I think, for example, for the decoupling example, it's important to be honest about what that actually is. Because it sounds like some fancy market reform, but it's subsidies of gas utilized for electricity generation. And if you want to do that, you can do that, but then you have to be honest about the fact that that would probably lead to more electricity generation than you would otherwise have, more gas consumption than you would otherwise have, higher gas prices for other types of gas needs that Europe has today. And at least Norway obviously have a special sort of position in the current situation. We are a large exporter of gas. We almost do not use gas for end consumption ourselves. But from our point of view, we have been very concerned that while we sort of agree to look together with the Commission on any type of measure that could help stabilize energy prices, it shouldn't be measures that could actually strengthen the crisis by driving up demand and then create sort of even more scarcity of supply. So that is what you need to think about when putting in those kind of measures into place.
Berit?
Yeah, I also think it's very important to keep the total costs down for the whole system. And there are so many things we could do that would just increase the costs and also be detrimental to the green transition and also to security of supply. But I think that the reforms that have been proposed so far, the emergency reforms, I think they have. I'm quite impressed because they are targeted at the right problem. They are targeted at energy efficiency, getting the demand for gas down, and they are also that the EU has been able to agree on these measures so quickly, I think is quite impressive. But I think we have to continue down that avenue as well and concentrate on keeping the costs down, going through with the green transition and focusing on energy efficiency.
It's quite impressive, the speed of decision making on these emergency regulations. We have never seen that before. It's very, and two of them actually has a function on the storage and gas storage and gas demand reduction. It had an impact.
It's so much easier without the European Parliament.
I didn't say that. But the Article 122 we have learned. Question. I don't know the timing here now. If I'm how many minutes we have, but there is this question. Or this is maybe a little bit tricky question, but is there too little base load in the Northern European electricity system? You see Germany phasing out nuclear, France struggling with maintenance work and so on, and more renewables. I don't know. Are there any? Is this a debate to undertake?
So in Finland, there's a political debate that should we have some kind of capacity mechanism or capacity market. We had a strategic reserve system, and the National Regulatory Authority had a tendering, but the result was zero. So perhaps one thing what the consumers are afraid is the high volatile prices. So if there would be some kind of capacity which could be regulated, then we wouldn't have so high volatility. But I believe that the average price would be higher.
Any other?
We investigated this in Lithuania. In the future, for example, now we consume 12 terawatts of electricity. In the 2030s, it will be 20. And Lithuania currently imports 80%. And in 2030, it will produce from renewables also 20 terawatts. So all we need, we will produce from renewables. But the disclaimer goes the following, as you just mentioned, that still out of those 20 terawatts produced, 5 will be exported because it will be sometimes too much renewables in our system, and 5 will be imported. So the question goes the following: if you will export 5 terawatts or even more, for what price? Most probably for nearly to zero, and import will be naturally for most probably very expensive because nobody in the area will have renewables. So for me, baseload goes with a question if we, instead of expensive imports from our neighboring countries, want to ensure cheap and stable generation when there is no renewables instead of import. But there are drawbacks for baseload as well, because if you introduce baseload into generation portfolio, then the export and curtailment percentage from renewables increases, which leads to possibility or need to curtail more renewables. So there is benefits. You reduce the dependency from high electricity import prices, but you lead to more curtailments of renewables. So that's our perspective.
Any other comment on this baseload? You were Andreas and then Berit.
Well, I think if you think about sort of the Nordic or Northern European energy system as a whole, then obviously you need more baseload going forward. I mean, just in Norway, where we use electricity predominantly for households already today for all purposes, heating and electric vehicles, and the average consumption is about 17,000 kilowatt hours. Even we see that sort of the energy needs, because of everything we are going to electrify going forward, goes up immensely. And then we are quite lucky. We have a lot of hydropower that can be regulated in the system already, which is a very nice and flexible generation to have in the system. But if Germany are going to meet their goals, the Netherlands, France, I think more base load of some kind will be crucial to be able to meet that. But then it's a sort of a question of what you call baseload as well, because you could use various energy bearers to tackle this in practice. You could use batteries, for example, hydrogen generation. So there are many ways to tackle this. A baseload is not necessarily the classic gas plant or something like this. It could be other technologies that are used in practice.
Thank you. Berit?
Yes, I agree completely. I think in the long term, we have to think, we can think differently about what is baseload, like hydrogen. But we are not there yet. So I think in the meantime, in the next like 10 years, there is a case of keeping some baseload as reserve or something like that, just to be on the safe side, because I think that we even if we try as good as we can to balance as we go along, it's not possible, because we have to do so much in such a short time. So I think there is a case of, it will be more expensive perhaps, but I think to be able to do this transition and to get to the to the next phase, and then hopefully a more stable, low carbon society, we may need some more baseload for a while. But we do have baseload. I think sometimes, at least in Norway, we speak as if Europe doesn't have gas power because the Russian gas isn't there. But that's not the case. There is a lot of gas power and baseload in the system still.
Thank you. I had one, I was thinking about a question, and that is, you all speak about the short term and the long term. Should the politicians be more clear on what is short term and long term when you are in this situation?
I think they're quite clear about it, actually.
Okay.
And that's also, I think, what's been successful in this crisis so far, at least, is the emergency interventions that have been done, or the support schemes or whatever, have been very clearly temporary, and that has bought some time to develop the long-term solutions. And I hope I hope the winter will not be too cold, because that would also help.
Green winter. You want to comment on this?
Yeah, well, our electorate does not think that we've been very clear on this. And I guess it's a challenge for all governments these days to find support in the challenging times that we go through. But as I mentioned earlier, I think, at least for my perspective, the short-term measures are about basically two things: help the people that cannot pay their bills without support, making them able to pay their bills in practice. And I know that various governments have various prerequisites for being able to do that in practice. That is why I think it's a good thing that the Commission has now started to talk about this solidarity mechanism between countries in the EU, and then you have to find the right way to do that in practice. That is a challenge as well. I understand that. And then it's obviously security of supply as well, filling gas storages in Europe, filling hydropower reservoirs in Norway, for example. And then it's putting into policies in place that ramps up the three important things: more renewable electricity generation, more grid investments, more energy efficiency measures. That's basically what you need to do.
We have to take some questions from the audience, I think, with respect for the audience. Are there any questions you would like to put forward? Yes, down there. You can present yourself maybe, just very shortly.
Yeah, thank you. Does it work, yeah? Yeah. My name is Andres Trop. I'm from the Estonian energy company, Eesti Energia. I'm participating quite frequently in Estonian social media regarding energy issues, and of course we are speaking there that we need more renewables. Estonian government has set ambitious target to produce 100% of our local demand by 2030 from renewables. But then the opposite party comes always in, and you also mentioned in your discussions that in addition to renewables, to weather-dependent generation sources, we also need baseload capacities. So, and there is no understanding in public debate in Estonia, first of all, how much renewable electricity the grid can take, commission, and how much baseload then we actually need in order to keep the grid functional. Luther, as you are from the TSO, you have certainly modeled all kind of versions, Can you shed a light, how much Lithuanian grid can accommodate renewable electricity and how much balancing baseload energy you need for supporting that?
Yeah, so thanks for the question.
Yeah, I would say there's more than like a reflection than a question, but you want to reflect on the reflection?
Yeah, why not? It's a very, very direct question towards Lithuanian system. So, good question. Lithuania investigated and named 9.4 gigawatt of installed renewables, which we can accommodate into system without major curtailment, with our local in-house consumption plus exports. What goes above 9.4 gigawatt of installed capacity, we intend as a state and energy ministry to require renewable developers, for example, investing into 100 megawatt solar park, in addition, or they own money to invest into 20 megawatt battery park with capacity factor of 4. So 20 times 4, 80 megawatt hours. So that is the future requirement, I would say it after 2030, for the investors to go above 9.4 gigawatt of installed capacity.
If I question on the first row here.
Question.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Excuse me. I'm the person who is participating also in the work of European Electricity Association, Euroelectric, And just a few days ago, we had a debate regarding market design. And the message was that politicians have decided that market design must be changed regardless the content of the change. But it must be changed in any case, because otherwise they don't look serious, So I have followed, those presentations today, and none of you were too enthusiastic about major changes. But at the same time, I see from southern part of Europe some fantastic ideas what could be done, and not just done, but quickly done. So, I mean, CEO of Estonian TSO has been very enthusiastic previously while talking that European Union common electricity market, this is a market from Gibraltar to Nordkap, you know. Do you realistically see that we are on the verge of breaking up this anyway very hypothetical market? Because Nordic countries, Central European countries are not willing to change the setup as much maybe some Mediterranean countries are willing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can take a question from Jean-Arnold. Microphone.
Hope I do not abuse of my question time. Just a reflection on the comment you made, Mr. The representative of Litgrid. I don't dare to give your Lithuanian name properly. And now you say that if you are producing 20 terawatt in 2030, you will have 5 too much, and you will have to import. You will have to import at a high price, and you. And I think Norway is doing that very, very nicely, because they are producing a lot of renewable, sometimes 100%. And when they need, they import even from Denmark coal-fired power plants. So there is a balance which is found with interconnection. So I think that interconnections are there to help. And that is the principle of the European market, which is mutualization of the resources and optimization of the resources, because the pattern of consumption is different from country to country. So that leads me, of course, to another question to you about the integration of the 3 Baltic markets into one. So because you are each small market, I have the impression that everybody is independent from the other. You have had common projects like the desynchronization from Brel. That you did together, and you have done all the efforts together. Now, you say you are going renewable. Estonia 100% renewable in 2030. You have the same ambition about. So offshore wind is obviously an area where you should work together. So this is not done. So I think that I don't understand why you have been able to work at the desynchronization altogether, and that at the moment you are just putting the regional cooperation aside on such an important thing, because at the end it's the same type of revolution than the desynchronization.
Okay, I think you would like to comment on the regional cooperation probably here now. I don't know. Berit.
You didn't want to?
No, I will reflect on this question.
Sorry,
it was okay. So regarding Baltic cooperation, it's I think pretty easy to answer. We do cooperate. Bidding zones are still divided among 3 Baltic states due to the fact that there is so-called structural congestion among Estonia and Latvian cross-border. Until this is going to be removed, we cannot be one bidding zone. Talking about offshore, which you indicated, Estonia and Latvia already taken a joint effort to cooperate. I congratulated them today. I think it's fantastic. But let's do not forget the purpose of offshore. It's also beneficial not only to local societies, but if you do it cross-border, you have to take the strategy of why do you do this? And do you do this for export? And if that is the answer, then maybe you should look for a cable, DC cable most probably offshore, towards a more expensive price zone, if you agree, to export your produced electricity. And Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are the same price zones. There is nothing to export from one to each other. I believe maybe Estonians wouldn't agree, because I heard the answer that Estonia and Latvia price zones will diverge and price difference will increase. But my point is that Lithuanian strategy most probably is, in the future, as I showed in my picture, instead of connecting towards Latvia and Estonia with offshore, is to connect to maybe Germany, which is a much more expensive price zone, and the potential to export is not in Latvia and Estonia, I'm sorry to say, but is in the more expensive price zone, right? So this is strategy of a country. What is the goal of developing offshore? Is it for local consumption, or is it for export? And if you seek export, you seek for expensive price zone. So it's Obviously, answer with Sweden is no-go, it's cheaper. Latvia, Estonia is no-go, it's the same price. So maybe Poland, but you know Poland is black swan in the whole European market, so maybe Germany and so on. So that's my point of view.
Yeah, and I think I see two hands. We can take two more questions and then three. Back.
Johan, can I
I'm sorry. Of course.
It's back to the first question and also your comment in a way. I think the good news is that we do know that we have the solutions, the technical solutions that we need, right? We know that we can use hydrogen. We know that there's flexibility. I mean, when we plan, when the engineers plan, they always make this system work. But the challenge is to use the market to decide exactly what the configuration is going to be, because we do not know what is the cost-effective or the most effective way of fitting the system together. So I think it's very good news that we know that we have the means, but we need to use the market. We need to use the price areas, the price signals, not decide whether this megawatt hour is going to be exported or this is going to be used inland, but to make the system, the market work together. And then sometimes it will be used inland, and sometimes when you have too much, it will be used for exports. And again, to also utilize the flexibility. There are many flexibility solutions. How much demand flexibility we can get, we do not know. But maybe we have more than we think, and then we need the price signals. We need to use the tools that we have, and incentives, planning of infrastructure, but then leave it to the market or make a smart market that will utilize the resources efficiently.
Very good. Sorry about that. Yeah, first.
Thank you for your presentation and for sharing your insight. I'm Javad Kapoor from SCI Tallinn, and I wanted to first ask about the desynchronization and its effect on the price, especially if it happens early on the early plan of 2024. So what kind of strategies would be adopted practically to counteract the price increase if it happens, something like what happened in summer this year? And then if I may, one very quick question about the nuclear in Estonia, because we all know that until 2030 there is this plan for gaining the whole electricity from renewables, but at the same time there has been always this kind of controversial idea of having one modular nuclear power plant in Estonia. So I wanted to ask if everybody can share their insight, how they see this can be a viable and beneficial idea for the stability of the Nord Pool or for the Nordic Baltic region, or from any other aspects. Is this a good idea, or that should be absolutely forgotten? Thank you again.
So on price of desynchronization, it's a very good question, because originally we foreseen that in 2025 we remove a double circuit line from trade among Lithuania and Poland, 500 megawatts, so-called LITPO link, for synchronization purposes, but we will replace it with 700, so adding 200 more of Harmony link. But now, as Harmony link is being delayed, we'll be in the period of 2 to 3 years when we will desynchronize. The trade capacities between Baltic states and Poland will be 0, and then in 28 we will introduce the 700 megawatt export or import capacities. But it's funny to say publicly, but that is the fact. Statistically looking, LITPO link for trade among Lithuania, Poland, or transit to Germany and Slovak was used 2/3 of the time from Lithuania to Germany and Slovakia, and 1/3 backwards. So statistically looking, those 3 years, potentially it might be even cheaper in Baltic states, because price or electricity socioeconomic welfare will not be diluted towards Germany and Slovak countries and Czech Republic. So after 3 years, the trading capacities will be replaced and even increased. So it's up to the market. But those 3 years, the price, looking statistically, might decrease a little bit.
Thank you. I saw a gentleman behind with a hand.
Yes, thank you. I think my question is to representatives from Norway. Question about Estonia and Latvia, Lithuania are looking for renewable wind energy parks, and there are questions that as in Norwegia you have a lot of hydropower, we will maybe have a lot of wind power, and we will all together have a phenomena of good weather. This means if high pressure and not wind and not rain, we are less energy, and if bad weather, we have more energy. What is Norwegian experience? How to solve this? Is a stronger grid or storage, more storage capacity in your learning history and for future? Thank you.
You would like to?
I can start and Berit can probably continue. Obviously, the Norwegian case is a somewhat special one because we have a lot of regulated hydropower. So we have the possibility to turn off and on quite easily to match the needs of the system from hour to hour. And then the sort of learning from that is that mountains and rain in the mountains is a nice thing, but that's a difficult thing to copy if you don't have it. So you need some kind of regulation. You need to be able to regulate this somehow. The hydropower reservoirs are in essence energy batteries. They're storage facilities, right? And there are many ways to store energy. We see, as we've heard here earlier as well, the Baltic countries looking into hydrogen, for example. That has its advantages and disadvantages. The battery facilities that you talked about earlier, that can be utilized as well. Obviously, end user flexibility, actually being able to utilize aggregators or the retail market sellers or some other party that can get a hold of this flexibility and utilize it in practice. I know that we've been talking about this for so long now and it still really hasn't happened on a big scale. But I think sort of making use of flexible loads, doing all this in combination is probably what you need to make the system function in practice. And then obviously, interconnectivity is an important part of that as well. The challenge is, of course, that the countries you're most interconnected with is the countries that have the most similar weather systems as yourself. So it's not a perfect solution either, but it's a part of the solution. And when you look at, for example, Norwegian electricity prices, they have been very highly correlated with Germany for a really long time, even though we didn't get an interconnector to Germany until last year. That is because we were really connected with Sweden. So we have to look at the system in a bigger picture than just country-to-country interconnectors. We need to be interconnected on a larger scale to be able to make the system go in balance from hour to hour.
Petteri?
To your good list, I could also add the flexibility which we can get from the sector integration. So in Finland, the integration with the district heating system is important. So many of the companies are investing in heat storages, and that gives also flexibility to the power system.
Should we set a final line here? One question since the last question from the lady in front of me here.
Hi. Yes, I had raised my hand, so thank you for it.
letting me speak. My name is Lisette. I'm from Win Europe. So I thought it was interesting that you discuss if we, well, not you, but that politicians are deciding whether we should change again the market. I think the market has achieved to a point where it should be working very well for renewables. And I think I fully support what Berit says, that the market cannot do everything by itself. But at the same time, just the fact that a lot of the energy we depend on, it's gone, it's the perfect opportunity to tackle the issue and ramp up the renewables. So I was wondering if isn't it better to attack the problem in the short to mid-term in combination of from the governments, so rewarding the hybrid power plants. Maybe it was briefly discussed when you will cross the 9 gigawatt capacity, you will then only start doing this approach. But perhaps it's something that we should do, like the auctions now should be rewarding that instead of just more and more generation, because that is not supporting a baseload, which was also your discussion, together with the users, which is we have already some solutions, not all, but for demand-side response. So don't you think that these two should be the top priority instead of rethinking the whole system, etc.?
Who would like to have the final word before we take a coffee break? Andreas.
The politicians always want to talk, so I think it depends a bit on what's the problem you're trying to solve. If it's the energy crisis, then it's to get more energy generation. That's what you need, and that's what you should predominantly focus on. And I don't think there is no quick structural reform fix to the current situation, because there is no quick structural reform that brings more energy into the market. So that's sort of my main point there. But then when you look sort of a little bit ahead, the marginal pricing model, for example, meets a problem when you get a lot of unregulated power generation into the system, because you get a lot of hours where unregulated wind with a marginal cost of 0 sets the price, and then you start getting an income challenge for a lot of power generation types. So that is the kind of issues that you should at least start thinking about now if you are being serious about going in the direction that we try to go. And then it's not necessarily structural market reforms that solves those issues. It could be utilizing battery facilities and energy storage, etc., etc. But those are at least issues that have to be addressed in some way if you're to be successful with the green transition in practice.
Thank you very much. Now I think we take a break, and there is an energy efficiency session coming up in 15 minutes. The reward to stay on there is that you learn more about energy efficiency, and you have also snack and drinks in the end. So, thank you. Thank you.
The Nordic energy market will be very important to reach these climatic goals because it sets in some way the scene.
There is a drive from the market to push forward for these green solutions, and they will tick on all 17 sustainability and development goals.
Nordic Energy Research travelled through the Nordics, talking to thought leaders and exploring the potential of benefits of an electricity market and Nordic examples of renewable energy source cooperation.
Developing Nordic
solutions to global challenges.
The electricity market is a very good example of Nordic energy cooperation because it's actually one of the markets that have been built up for many, many years.
Historically, it was a Norwegian idea to balance out the market, make better use of the natural resources we had. And then in 1996, Sweden was looking at, we have a different energy mix because they had both thermal, they had nuclear power and hydropower. They decided to join Norway because in that case, they would then be in competition with Norwegians. So all of a sudden you had double the market, and hence, instead of making the fish smaller, you make the pond bigger, basically. And you had the world's first international energy market.
We need all the good cooperation that we have. We have the wind energy in the south and offshore, and we have the hydropower up in the mountains. These two technologies can complement each other by actually helping that you always have a stable supply of electricity.
Denmark works really well, and that is intermittence is balanced out by flexibility elsewhere.
Sometimes we have more than 100% of wind energy in Denmark. Then we need the neighbors to be able to use it. We have some days where the wind is not blowing. We need the neighbors to be able to supply electricity. You can actually get cheap electricity in one period and have enough electricity in another period.
The fact that we could do cross-border and scale it up and trade across countries is because in the Nordic countries, we have a mutual trust and we have the experience of cooperating. And this is really, really essential part of it because we needed to trust our neighbors. Our energy mixes together, combined, makes us better.
It creates for all of us flexibility, and also, at least so far, it has been very, very good from the pricing point of view.
Using the same algorithm that we have developed together with other power exchanges in Europe ensures that you always produce the cheapest source of energy first, but also there is a point of equilibrium between supply and demand, so that when the prices are high, we see that demand goes down, helping the system, which is really, really essential. And then you see it also on the supply side in every price area that if the price goes up, that's an incentive to set up another windmill or to improve your hydropower plant in that area.
The Nordic countries, together we are the 11th largest economy in the world. And we also see it with research cooperation that we have research environment in these countries that are rather small internationally, but going together we get a critical mass where we actually become a key player.
In the energy transition, I think the transmission system operators play a very important role because they are the ones that are going to enable more consumption and more production.
One of their tasks is to make sure that there's no bottlenecks.
They can try to balance the production with the consumption in real time because it needs to be in balance the whole time. And the energy markets, they can then provide, incentives for either to increase the production or they can bring incentives to lower the consumption. Energy markets or electricity markets are a very transparent way of doing that.
If you're running a market on only renewable energy sources, the prices goes radically down because the marginal cost of paying for a little bit more wind to produce energy or a little bit more sun or a little bit more rain is very cheap. You don't have to ship it, you don't have to pay carbon tax on it, and you don't have to dig for it.
We have synchronous systems. We have the same frequency in Finland as we have in Sweden, as we have in Norway, as we have in parts of Denmark. But we are maybe a little bit out of phase with the rest of Europe. You could look at that as an electricity island or an energy island.
Energy island is a kind of energy hub offshore, but it could also be onshore.
The interconnection between the countries in the North Sea is increasing on importance as well.
Instead of having lines going onshore, you can connect different energy hubs out in the sea.
You can create facilities for the production of hydrogen, for example, on energy islands closer to the production or generation of offshore wind.
You also get a much more integrated energy system at a lower cost out there.
These points of connections will be central in the planning of the grid and the energy structure of the North Sea as we go forward.
People nowadays are very aware of their energy consumption and they want maybe to create their own energy island. So they want to have a microgrid, but they would like to have then as a backup or as a security then the connection to the grid.
The key to turning around to a green economy is to have a competitive market. We really need to increase electrification of everything,
to ensure that we have enough production available to make this energy transition.
In that case, you will need to have access to market you trust.
Companies can include much more green electricity in their portfolio.
The energy market can give the right incentives for either investors to invest more in power production or to incentivize consumers to consume less at times of the day where the peaks are too high.
The Nordics have gone together to make common targets to be carbon neutral. They have gone together to actually say, okay, we want to be the forerunners in the green transition.
The Nordic electricity market
that's still the number one market in the world. And that kind of creates a playing field for different kind of technologies that can contribute to the sustainable future.
We open up the possibilities for new innovations.
There will be much more integrated sectors in the future, meaning that you have to think about power to X, where you actually combine electricity with gas. You have to think about power to heat, where you combine electricity with heat, for example, district heating.
We already have a lot of energy stored into our system.
Pump storage could not be another solution if the prices are high, where you reverse the flow of hydropower, right?
Heat pumps are a technology that consumes actually electricity while they transfer that heat from a source to the usable form in order to balance out electricity price variations due to wind and solar power, for example.
The offshore wind will be a stronger part of the electricity mix. The electricity markets in the Nordic countries will benefit immensely from the fact that they have balancing power already on the hydropower side, to some extent from nuclear power, and the fact that the Danish industry and the Danes in general will build facilities to produce hydrogen based on some of that power, which means that the balancing act will be easier.
Hydrogen will in the future on a bigger scale play a role here when there's a surplus of generation, and then you can store the hydrogen and you can use it for generation later or for industrial purposes.
Power to X hydrogen generation is a new thing that is actually growing quite strongly in the Nordics. And it really have to happen fast in most countries because you need the hydrogen to decarbonize both the transport but also other hard to decarbonize sectors.
You'll have both production and consumption on a decentralized level.
The market that we have now, it opens up for aggregators. You can participate maybe as a microgrid, or you can participate with your neighborhood.
Norwegian end consumers, myself included, will go into Nord Pool's website to see what is the spot price, because know that this is the price I'm paying for electricity in Oslo or in Tromsø or Bergen right this minute, or this hour in particular. And then they will act accordingly.
A platform where all of us can contribute in an open and transparent way.
But this model, because it is technology neutral, it ensures that the cheapest source is produced first, it can be scaled up. And also it's proven its flexibility, because the principle is very, very simple, and then you can modify the model depending on the country, on the regulation, on the energy mix. Having common energy markets is something you should have globally. If we jump out of Europe now, there is 7 times more investment in countries that has a marketplace for electricity. Not necessarily a liberalized market, but a regulated market, but a market that is fair to all, and that there are laws and regulations that you can understand. You should have countries much more interdependent on each other, because it is a win-win situation where we all benefit.
Okay, this is the last session of today on energy efficiency. The first response in climate change policy and security of supply. It's a quite ambitious title. We all know that energy efficiency is a somewhat difficult area to keep track on. I mean, it's if you work on policy level, the policies and strategies vary a lot between the countries. energy efficiency is always promoted as the first response in all white papers and so on. And I can all refer to the energy efficiency first principle applied in the EU. It has been mentioned already today. The most cost-effective fuel is the energy we do not use. That's the normal phrasing. A point here is that the policies and their effects are often very fragmented in the economies, so it's not so easy to identify. I think the learning from best practice between countries is always a good idea in this field. So I'm pleased to present for you the three Baltics here in Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia as speakers, and we have also a representative from Norway, from the business side. So let's start with Lithuania and Mindaugas Stonkus, who's going to present the energy efficiency policies in Lithuania. So, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, microphone is working. I am Mindaugas Stonkus and Head of Energy Efficiency Policy Group in Lithuania in the Ministry of Energy. Dealing with the energy efficiency for almost 10 years, till 2012, when the first big energy efficiency directive was implemented. And from then on, involved in the implementation, transposition, and supervision of energy efficiency policy measures in the Lithuania. As already it was presented, the cheapest and the greenest energy is the one we don't use or consume. But what I wanted to add, we need effort to do it. We need effort to change behavior. We need effort to make decisions on implementation on measures. And we make also effort even sometimes to implement the measures itself. And this is very important because energy efficiency in some way is more complicated than the, let's say, installation of solar panels, etc. It's renovation of the buildings are long projects, difficult, etc., etc. So it is needed a lot of effort to implement it. So, of course, the crisis and the high energy prices made many countries to make a move towards energy efficiency. And it was, as it was presented in the morning, 3 pillars: renewables, energy efficiency, and electrification. So, in Lithuania, we moved forward with the energy saving plan for Lithuania. Today I would like to discuss, or maybe more to present what is applicable for the public sector, but in principle it was like plan and recommendations for all sectors, public, private and industry. So what is the plan for Lithuania? In principle we are planning to save about 800 million euros in 2 years and to save 20% of energy. In principle, this saving is not like long-term measures, but it's more like action which can be done before already started winter, you know, but before the cold will kick off, and to do it quickly and without not much investment as it is could see. So in principle, of course, population segment is the biggest, then it comes business, and the public sector is the smallest one. But what you can see and what we can compare, it's that, let's say in Lithuania for 27 years, it's around 1.3 billion of euros dedicated for the energy efficiency measures. It is for the renovation of buildings, public, private, it is for the industry, etc., etc. So when we were preparing this energy saving plan, it was, I think, in the beginning of August, we checked all the initiatives by the European Commission, like saving gas for winter power, also made attention to the recommendations of International Energy Agency, Lithuanian agency. Also, we had some proposals and remarks from our property bank, who owns about 10% of our administration buildings. Also, we checked the plans of other EU countries and also dedicated the involvement of the energy efficiency expert platform. And it comes out that there is not much new energy efficiency measures, but it's more like behavioral decision-making and make a move towards it. Let's say, for example, International Energy Agency proposals, what are? Of course, reduce the heat, optimize the water, work from home, use your car in economy modes, reduce high speeds, etc., etc. So these proposals and these recommendations are in principle applicable also for the private, also for the business, and also for the public institutions and people and workers. What I wanted to say here is that in principle in Lithuania we have consumption about 40% of road transport, about 40% of the buildings, and about 20% of the industry. And all these sectors are targeted with the energy efficiency measures. Sometimes when we discuss about energy efficiency with industry, they are saying that we did everything, we are very, very efficient, and there is not much to do. We would like to get subsidies for the high energy prices. But Eurostat is showing that Lithuania and other Baltic countries still have potential to make a move towards energy efficiency. You know, let's say in Lithuania we put a target in 2017, I think, that by 2030 to reach the average of energy productivity factor within the EU. And so in principle, we need about 40% high energy efficiency in Lithuania. What is also important is that some countries manage to reduce energy consumption, but to maintain GDP growth. It is in different directions because usually GDP and energy consumption are related and they are in the same lines as you can see in Lithuanian case. But in other countries, the consumption is separated from the GDP growth, and it helps, you know, to implement also projects and increase energy efficiency. So the plan of Lithuanian is in principle in three pillars. You know, it is quick term, or let's say quick action measures, then short-term measures and long-term measures. In principle, for the public sector, in upcoming 5 years, we are planning to invest about 210 million euros, but it's more on the renovation of the public buildings. As you see, it is about 40% with the private ones, which are consuming energy in Lithuania. And of course, some measures, let's say long-term measures, are already in place from 2016, 2015, but the attention to them is also put on the agenda, and the political attention to achieve more investments in this is also discussed at the moment in Lithuania. So, behavioral measures, this plan comes with the practical implementations of saving energy and increase energy efficiency. First of all, maybe I would like to mention that in principle, this plan is applicable for the public institutions, all the ministries, all the agencies, etc., and they must prepare plans according to these recommendations and present to the government by the 1st of December. By the 1st of December. So in principle, we are moving towards reducing energy consumption till the cold weather will come into the Lithuania. So what is the main, let's say, measures? As I presented in the beginning, it's not very new, but let's say to promote remote work and to make people from the public sector to work from home, let's say, 2 days within a week near the weekend, so that for 4 days the energy heating could be reduced in the building and then again started to heat it before the workers coming back to the working places. This is very important because, let's say, in ministry itself, we did this, and now on Monday and Friday, usually everybody is out working from the home, and the temperature in the building is reduced till 17. Then one measure was also important is reduction of fuel consumption in the transport sector, and in the initial draft, we proposed to reduce, not to reduce, but to reduce speed in the highways by 10 kilometers from the 1st of October. Because in the winter season, usually it starts from the 1st of November till the 1st of March. So we wanted to prolong by 2 months, but Ministry of Transport came with a better solution and proposed a fuel-saving package and with the behavior also and the other measures. This is very important because, let's say, measure itself, if we reduce speed from 130 to 110, it saves for Lithuania, for example, about 100 tons of fuel per day. Then, of course, reduction of temperature in the buildings till 19 and increasing it till 26 in the summer. Shutting off the hot water and administrative buildings, it was done in the ministry also. Dimming and switching off the lighting and publication of energy consumption and saving scoreboard of the institutions. Also technical inspection of gas heating boilers. This is quite short measures. Let's say in what we did also, we changed LED lighting, switch off the hot water and also reduce the temperature. So it doesn't need much investment in it, but you can save energy. According to the last month's bills, electricity consumption was reduced by, in the Ministry of Energy, by 28%. In principle, due to the switching off and installing the motion detectors in the premises and to with the changing the LED installations. Then we have quick payback measures, which comes to the installation for longer period, but it also makes a sufficient energy saving. Renovation and automatization of elevators and old heat points in the buildings. It is now a very good measure in Lithuania, and many multi-apartment building owners are using this measure because also overheating is not very good for the energy consumption. Also, from conduction of energy consumption audits in the buildings, in the industry, let's say, for it's more like to get know where do you use your energy and how you can reduce it. Because some examples, installation of automatic doors, window replacement, lighting upgrade and automatization. It is applicable for all, as I mentioned, for private and public and business. Then we introduced that also to phase out the fossil fuel, we want to connect the buildings with the gas boilers to the district heating networks, and so to reduce the gas consumption in the buildings. Then to reduction of excess electricity power in buildings. In some cases, institutions should revise it because, let's say, you can switch one elevator from 3 and you will have a reduction of electricity because the payment for it is also very high in Lithuania. replacement of old air conditioners to the R-class conditioners. So it's very important measure, but it will be in the upcoming summer. And the Ministry of Economy will provide a plan for the optimizing the energy consumption in state-owned IT equipment. This is for some institutions, it's very important because they have a huge amount of servers which are also consuming a lot of energy. And long-term measures as itself, it's also important to move on with the buildings renovations, then to have a platform for good practices of energy saving measures where people could discuss, talk, and have online the examples how it can be energy saved. And also what would like to take note is that in Lithuania was setting energy saving targets for state enterprises. So in principle, about 40 state-owned enterprises will sign agreements with the Ministry of Energy, and they will have a KPI to save energy on daily basis. For example, we had the same measures for the municipalities, but let's say there are 2 additional measures. It is important for the municipality also to prepare and implement a municipality energy efficiency improvement plan because they have also their companies, their buildings, etc., etc. So in some cases, it should be implemented and prepared the plan for energy efficiency. Also, the same applies with the setting energy saving goals for the municipality enterprises to save energy. Score, what I mentioned, one, we have already practical implementation that our state-owned property bank, who owns, as I mentioned, about 10% of buildings public, they will publish each month what is electricity and heat consumption for the buildings. And as you see, for the September, we have a reduction of energy consumption in all buildings for 23%. In principle, in our building, in the Ministry of Energy, we achieved 28%, but in average, it's 23%. Still, the data of heating is missing because heating season just started a couple of weeks ago, and then we have no data, but I think it will be reduction. And in principle, in upcoming 2-3 months, we can have more actual results because, let's say, in the previous, let's say in the spring, you see that in principle, electricity consumption was increasing, but now we think we will manage to reduce it. Also, we have much financial support for the business that we dedicated about 225 million in upcoming year, so that business can start and make audits and then implement the measures for themselves in order to reduce energy prices, reduce consumption, etc., etc. Also, the same applies for the private sector. It's about 1 billion. It's a replacement of inefficient heating boilers, renovation of the buildings, and the renovation of private and then multi-apartment buildings. So money are allocated, but just we need to put more effort to fulfill all the obligations by the energy efficiency directive, but also reducing the. It's not working. I think it was last slide. Yeah. So this is the last slide. Thank you for your attention, and
Thank you very much. We can take one question to you, maybe one or two.
Okay.
If there are any. We are a little bit behind the schedule. So everything was crystal clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You have things in order in energy efficiency in Lithuania. Then I think we have Andrejs Apanuks from Latvia. He is Director of Sustainable Energy Policy, and he is supposed to speak on energy efficiency strategies as part of the national energy and climate plans. He is online, probably. I hope somebody could organize that. I don't have Amadis here. I don't know. Do you have control on him or?
Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm online.
You're online. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I will share my screen. Yes, as you mentioned, my name is Andrejs Apaņuks. I'm Deputy Director, actually, of Sustainable Energy Policy Department in the Ministry of Economic Affairs. And today I will try to give a bit of a brief overview of energy efficiency issues in the context of our National Energy and Climate Plan. And let me start with a bit of a history, or not so far history, but regarding the previous years of our energy efficiency work, how we actually managed to achieve our target, this mandatory target of cumulative energy savings in final energy consumption. And actually, we can see that the main part of these savings were achieved by so-called tax measures related to energy efficiency, and which also, I suppose, will play a certain role in achieving our future targets. And besides that, so-called energy efficiency measures in industry and in enterprises in general was actually in second place, because we had certain obligations to large enterprises, to large electricity consumers, etc., and also with some kind of public funding. Yeah. Also, things that or programs related to climate financing also made a substantial contribution, around 13%, and public sector around 5%. But at that time, when this energy efficiency policy actually was shaped, or people considered how to achieve our 2020 targets, we as a country supposed that the biggest part will be achieved by these so-called alternative measures. Part of them I already mentioned, and that almost half of all energy savings will be achieved by so-called energy efficiency obligation scheme. And from today's perspective, due to certain politically sensitive issues, because so if you impose obligations to energy suppliers, it might be politically sensitive sometimes. Yeah, and the solution that our country chose to apply was to impose this obligation to electricity retail companies or electricity retailers. And if we thought that, or the idea was initially to achieve almost half of our energy savings with the help of this obligation scheme, then in reality, we managed only to achieve less than 12%. And that shows us that in the future, and especially currently, we have to be very, very serious about how we plan, what we do, and what are our tools to achieve our strategies eventually. And now a bit going or passing to the National Energy and Climate Plan. Of course, we have this plan from 2020, and now actually people are modeling experts with colleagues from the ministry at expert level are working on this review of the plan. And from this current plan, we I put on the slides this trend or forecast for coming years of final energy consumption. On the left side, it's a base scenario, and on the right side, it's a target scenario. From this slide, we actually can see that in some sectors, like households and transport, energy consumption increases and not decrease, and its importance of these sectors actually grows significantly. Yeah, and when this plan actually was developed, we saw that this in this modeling experience that we actually are not, or that these energy consumption levels in case of this target scenario would be only 15% decrease, but in this base scenario it will be 11% decrease. So basically only 4 percentage point difference if we look at it in that way. But and again, we have a number of policy measures in our plan how to achieve different targets, and also including energy efficiency. I will mention a few of them, but from today's perspective, as I mentioned, we are now working on our future, actually, on our future commitments and our future ambition and elements to be updated in the plan. And from current perspective, we are a bit working on so-called administrative issues that are related to capacities of us as policy makers. Also have a kind of monitoring improvement. Now we are working on or digitalizing our system that all parties or obligatories could have a possibility to submit the data on energy savings online. So we see that this is a very, very important step further in terms of being more concise and about these energy savings. And implementation of the energy efficiency first principle also is very important. Currently, we are a bit working further how to implement that, not just put in our energy efficiency law, but how to apply this principle to the actually to the policy development legislation. That also these elements should be considered when shaping new legislations, etc. I mentioned also this energy efficiency obligation scheme. Actually, currently, we have done a certain amount of assessment about this possible new sectors to be added to the scheme. We understand sensitivities, but we also understand that it's a time to go further. We cannot stick only to electricity. And actually, currently, I suppose that in coming weeks and months, we will have internal debate with stakeholders about which sectors could be added to that. And one of the problems why we need actually to reconsider this obligation scheme is because of our experience. In 2016-17, when we developed the scheme, which is not so long time ago, we actually offered an alternative of so-called these voluntary agreements, so that sector or economic operators or stakeholder organizations had an opportunity to conclude an agreement on energy savings with, at that time, is the ministry. Currently, we have this state construction service who also monitors the situation and implements policies about these. So to conclude these voluntary agreements, and unfortunately, we see that during more than 5 years, we have only 3 agreements on hand, and we see that yes, we still have to think not only about carrots but also somehow about sticks. If I may say like that. And if speaking about consumption reduction in different sectors, it's transport, where we see in kind of transport electrification relatively big these benefits in the future and results to be achieved. The same goes to industrial or energy efficiency in industry and enterprises. On the one hand, since actually their contribution was the biggest from these alternative measures, we understand that now it's a bit tougher for these kind of stakeholders to bring these energy savings, but still at least part of the industry has this room for further improvements. And also buildings, different kind of buildings, there's residential, multi-apartment and private buildings and public buildings, etc. We also have developed certain schemes with public funding. For now, we see that again, in accordance with these calculations and modelings work done in the National Climate and Energy Plan, we saw that around 2 billion euros would be needed to achieve our 2030 targets. Let's say kind of maybe old targets if we look at into perspective of the next year, for instance, when this process of EED3 review would be accomplished, and we will have completely different targets. But this necessity to have or availability of this public and private funding is very big. And if I mention that it's about 2 billion euros till 2030 for energy efficiency in a large part, then now we have only 70 or 700 million euros available in our programs. So it's a bit of huge difference. And that's why we have to work about certain incentives. There was this idea to implement or to create state fund for energy efficiency and renewables. So far, we have this energy efficiency fund, but it's not very. So the results of this fund is very limited, because investments or money from these different stakeholders does not come in a big amounts, and we cannot simply use. So a kind of reorganization would be necessary and strengthening too. And as for market development, we actually are still working on kind of regulations in that regard. And as I mentioned, tax measure review. Well, currently we're working with again on the basis of our national energy and climate plan on future changes, amendments to our tax policies, especially in regarding energy efficiency in buildings, how to help people be more energy efficient for households, also for transport sector to switch from certain fuels to others, etc. And in conclusion, I would like just to mention that currently we understand that we are kind of working still on updated base scenario for our plan. By the end of the year, we hopefully will have a kind of target scenario, and we'll discuss it internally, and we will see and work what kind of additional measures should be also put into the draft plan, which should be accomplished next year for submission to the European Commission. This is one side. On the other hand, we see that this discussion on increased ambitions is going on, and we understand that, again, most probably next year we will have to find additional measures. And here, if we speak about resources, not only money but also human resources are very important, starting from, at least in our case, from public administration, but also for experts that could implement and bring this energy savings in real life. So I would stop here. A bit of overall insight, and not with much data today, but I think it's always useful to have at least such kind of information. Thank you.
Now I get the sound. Thank you very much, Andres, for this extensive presentation of energy efficiency in Latvia. I think we are a little bit behind, so I don't know if there are any questions from the audience. But it's nice to get an update from you, and thank you very much. And we stay in contact. So I think we continue in the program. Continue with Lauri Suu from Estonia, who is going to speak about renovation marathon in Estonia. The floor is yours.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for the invitation. Before the slides will come up, I have four slides, and I try to be efficient to have a long day, and explain a bit what Estonia is doing regarding this boring topic like renovation old buildings. So we are calling it the renovation marathon. In some way we're already running it, but the main course is still ahead, or main distance. Yes. Okay, why there is a life flag, and why are we calling it Buildest? In a next slide, I will explain it, but just to give a broad perspective, or how to bind it with the previous speaker. Here is this new acronym, probably today, this LTRS, which is long-term renovation strategy. And this is part of this National Energy and Climate Plan. It just focuses on the buildings, existing building stock. And very simplified, the goal is to renovate all the existing buildings which have been built before 2000, minimally to C energy class. What we see today, probably this is not ambitious enough. And as the new Energy Performance Building Directive, EPBD, is in a final stage together with EED, we see more ambitiousness in this, as all the buildings by 2050 has to be zero emission buildings. So this is the goal. Together with the goal, we have different type of barriers, and with the buildings, especially with residential buildings, there are more sides of it than only Excel calculations. So these buildings are our homes. So this social part is a crucial one to the barriers we have to tackle with implementing this strategy or making our living environment better. So to overcome these barriers, to achieve the goal, we need some type of broad approach. Therefore, this LIFE IP program is aim to do. But before that, a couple of pictures just to illustrate a bit what are these all buildings by 2050 have to be renovated. In some, there are like the gray one is private buildings. The middle one is apartment buildings. Then the blue ones is private buildings. The upper one is non-residential buildings, and the lower one is central government buildings. So we see that different sectors differs a lot. In apartment building sector, there has been a couple of measures, or this marathon has been going for a decade now, but in some sectors we haven't started running yet, basically. So the challenge is quite big, and when this long-term renovation strategy was done 2 years ago, the cost of renovating all the building stock was around estimated 24 billion euros. Now it's probably 30 or even more billion. And only apartment buildings itself gives 8 billion. This graphic on the right side somehow has been changed. There was a lines in it. I don't know what happened. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I think the idea of it is that we right now, for the next financing period, we have around 400 to 500 million euros for supporting the renovation of the residential buildings. When we considering how much has to be done, how much does it cost, how much people can pay by themselves or take the loan, we are lack of approximately 2/3. But even then, next 5 to 7 years, over 1 billion euros is going to the construction sector. And it means today that already a couple of larger building companies are attracted to this sector, which has been historically quite a niche sector. And the renovation price is today around 500 euros. And what we mean in Estonia by that is this is the deep renovation, and it includes all the technical system, ventilation system with heat recovery, etc., new windows. So the aim is that the renovated building would be the similar as a new building. At least this is our goal. In some cases, unfortunately, the step-by-step approach is need to be done due to the financing part. So this LIFE IP, the LIFE itself is a European funding program, basically, which provided by the INER, which is the European Commission agency. And this project tried to be the umbrella or the accelerator of this strategy. And it lasts for 7 years. It divides 3 phases. The first phase is in a halfway, and all the budget is 16.2 million, and 9.5 of it came from the European Commission. And there are like 7 different work packages. The first one is to develop new financial models, but also other measures, schemes, what can be implemented to boost the renovation, let's say, volumes. And this is not only for the residential, but also for the non-residential. Today we are in a study phase, basically. The universities are doing different type of studies to map the situation. The work package 2 is related to how to renovate the buildings. The more focus is on private buildings because it's quite segmented sector and quite heterogeneous that we try to find out, are there any scalable solutions in a technical way? Or every private house has to be tackled like separately. And the other part is this probably the new, I don't know, very good thing from this sector, which gonna be this pioneer in European terms as well, is the prefabricated renovation. So all the elements are produced in factories and put on the building, and this is for probably the largest residential estates or larger apartment buildings. And there is a know-how already in Estonia, as Estonia is the largest wood house exporter. And there are already Estonian companies, wood house companies, who are renovating apartment buildings in Germany, for example. So, but we want to try to take this knowledge to the next level. Then the third one is we have to pilot these things. So, but not only the technical way, like what type of renovation solutions, but also how to attract the community in a smaller scale. How to these big buildings, for example, I don't know, 140, 200 apartments in one building, how to get the agreement better than we are doing today. The fourth and fifth one is quite more or less academic because in renovation area or sector with these topics we haven't dealt with yet very much. The fourth is to renovate the buildings to be more climate resilience. We have stronger winds, more floods. The fifth is resource efficiency. The focus is on the apartment buildings which are being demolished because of some areas in Estonia, as in all Europe, probably are shrinking, and this material is really a resource. The sixth is development digital toolset. In Europe, there are two concepts: digital building logbook and renovation passport. A very simplified Estonian building registry, which is a very popular topic in Estonia today, of course, because of the many challenges and problems with it. Is already there. We just have to improve it. And one example is that in a near future, we probably don't need energy performance certificates for the buildings anymore, or the person don't have to do it, as the data is all remotely readable, and it can be automatically made by the system. And the seventh is, of course, this capacity building or awareness raising. And there are 18 partners of it in this project. So it covers more or less all this sector who are dealing with renovation, 3 ministries, state agencies, or who are implementing different measures, universities within a whole, NGOs, and in a way, most important are the municipalities, because at the end, all this knowledge has to be done in those areas where people live, businesses are, and so on. Today, the first steps in Võru has already started. Tartu is also starting. Tartu has, and Võru also have many different Euro projects as well together. And in Tartu, we are trying next year or year after that, trying to renovate 9-story buildings with this prefabrication technology, which is totally new in the world. Nobody has ever tried it. So we tried to be in the pioneers also not only achieve the goal of the strategy. So thank you.
Yes, we are getting close to the end of the day. Do we have any questions for Lauri?
Thanks.
Thanks.
There is one.
There's one, yeah. I didn't see the hand.
Yeah, thank you, Śnuka from Latvia. And I think it's a very useful program regarding renovation and especially Soviet-type buildings, which really consume a lot of energy to heat up. But I have a question regarding this deep renovation you mentioned. And this, as I understand, it means that you need to remove population out of building. And how do you organize that activity?
No, we don't have to. This prefabrication, sadly, I don't have any pictures or videos. It should have, they should have explained a bit better. In a prefabrication process, you remove only the window part and you basically glue the element, and it takes 1 or 2 days. So the person after that, the change is taking only a couple of days, and all the technical system, the heating system, it's not in this elements. Basically, there is only ventilation ducts. So this type of renovation is also important to improve, because in a usual way, this renovation process is maybe 6 months. All this replacing all the old technical and insulating the house, but with this technology, you need only 2 or 3 weeks basically to renovate a large building.
Okay, but this means that you don't renovate heating systems.
Yes, we are renovating them. Because the central heating system, you don't need to move out. It takes maybe half of a day to all the radiators. So these systems are all in place and nobody has to move out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next and last speaker today is Ragnar Ottosen from Respondo AS, Solar Energy to Improve Energy Efficiency. The floor is yours. This is a business case, I think.
Yes, thank you for this invitation. This is not the first time I'm in a conference here in Tallinn, so it's very good to be back again. And the topic today is in a mix between energy efficiency and also solar energy production. My background is from the financing, both the financial sector and the energy sector. And what I'm going to present now, I'll do it short, so we can have the drinks afterwards. How can you use solar energy to improve energy efficiency? We are introducing the element of impact investing. That means that investors today, they want to see an impact, not only the financial return, they want to see a result also in CO2 emissions, and that is very important for any investor. We have sort of 2 currencies, money and CO2 reductions. So we have a system here, we have a platform that documents this, and also if you can choose to the next. Yes. Oh, there it is. We have a crowdfunding platform. A crowdfunding platform is an internet-based platform where an investor can invest money into solar energy. It can be rooftop installations. It can be plants as individual power plants. This makes it possible for anyone to participate in this investment. You can actually yourself, via this platform, invest 100 1,000 euros and invest in one of the plants that we have on the platform. And we also, that's why we opened this market to all types of investors. We also have created a system where we are tracking the reduction of CO2, that is the impact of the generation of solar energy. Because when you produce solar energy, you force another producer out of the market. And of course, hopefully, it will be one that emits CO2. We'll see it later. And this is also a business cooperation between Norway, Estonia, and Ukraine. Our system developers are in Ukraine, and they will now also establish a business here, has established already. They have moved, they're called LenderKit. They now have moved to Tallinn and have an office here. And we will also operate from here. So what is this concept that we are developing? It's called a virtual power plant. It means that you can invest and you will actually own part of the production from the solar plant and sell it to the market. This is something that we arrange, but this is the financial figures. You give a loan. There's one there. You can give a loan via the platform. There is the developer of a solar power plant that receives the loan. He will then sell the electricity to the market at market prices. He will then use this income from the sales of power to pay back the loan. It's also like an energy service contract, which was meant the ESCO. This is a variant of the ESCO. The investor takes the risk of the savings. And how does it function? We have now made a pilot project. Actually, the pilot project is in Spain. And the reason why we chose Spain is, of course, it's very profitable with solar power in Spain. And also they have a power system that is a sort of like a reference. They have all types of production facilities. They have coal, nuclear, natural gas, hydropower, and solar, and wind. So in this, we can calculate for every kilowatt hour that is produced in one of the plants that we finance, we see what happens at the system. Because when you produce, solar energy is, of course, produced in a regular circle. It's from 8, 9 o'clock until 6, 7 o'clock. And then we can check for each hour what power plants shuts down, or what power plant gets out of the market. And then we calculate how much CO2 is emitted per kilowatt hour from the power plant that has to stop production because of their solar production comes in. It's quite simple, actually, the method, but it's difficult is to find out which power plant is actually shut down. And that we do by tracking it, and we see how, depending on which type of method you use, you can use the average for the whole system. You can use for each plant. You can take, for example, compare it to coal-fired power plants. And you can then, depending on the method you use, you can see for every hour the reduction of CO2 from your power plant. I will not go into detail about this, but it shows that there are several methods of calculating this, and it gives different results. And then you can check this on a dashboard of the platform. And here you see one day where we have measured all these variables. You see that like in Spain, you see the solar power comes in here in the middle of the day. This is the day, and this is the different technologies. It's wind, it's nuclear, it's coal, it's hydropower, and solar, and natural gas. And you see that when you introduce solar energy into this system, you will also see that the price drops. And this is interesting also for energy management. This is the price profile in Spain on a typical day. You see that the price, the electricity is cheapest in the middle of the day. So I learned in Norway that you should try to use your washing machine in the middle of the night. No, absolutely not. In Spain, you should use it in the middle of the day, because that's when the sun sets in. And this is something that will more or less changed in all countries that introduce solar power. This sort of efficiency strategies will be changed. And we also measured the effect of the price, because when you start to produce, there's not only one solar panel. All solar panels start at the same time and produce electricity. And of course, the price drops. And we have measured the price level after you start this production of solar energy and compare it to the base load. And we see here actually that the difference is very small. The price only drops by 5, 6, 7%. So there's not so much different in the prices you receive from solar power compared to the base load. But also most interesting, this is the, if you go to this side, we have calculated the payback years for solar power in Spain. It's only 2 years. After 2 years, with the present prices in Spain, you have earned back your investment. And remember, in Spain, the power prices are not so very high. In average this year, it has been 200 euro cents for a megawatt hour. So it's almost half the price of the sea in Central Europe. So this is something that we will then try to implement also in other countries in Europe. And we will also then set up a business here in Tallinn to market this platform for this impact investment, so that everyone can be, with only small amounts of money, you can invest in a solar power plant and earn money from it and get all the documentation of the CO2 emission reductions. Yes, I think I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Ragnar, for a very effective and good presentation. Very interesting. Do we have any? Yeah, I can see a question here, a hand.
So you are speaking only about the solar, but what about the wind?
No, we can, in principle, we can use also put wind energy on this platform. But the reason why we start with solar is that solar is today, at least in most of Europe, the most profitable investment. And it's also the only investment you can do on your rooftop, also as an individual small investor. Wind will come later, but it's more complicated, and it's at present, it's too expensive for us.
Solar is very strong in this last, I think, Repower EU strategy.
As I understand, it's solar that is the main alternative for investments. And seen from the big investors, like the big investment funds, they first go to the solar power plants. Wind is second.
Okay. Yeah, Stonkus.
I have one question. And you mentioned it's pilot project, and you started only from the beginning of the year.
Yes.
So you have track record only for for 10 months.
Yes.
And what's average revenue of?
No, it's if you the investment cost when we started. The investment was taken in December last year. It was 680 euros. We already have earned back 300 euros. So it will be paid back in 2 years. But that's of course because of the extraordinary high prices. In the longer term, prices will probably drop. So we are talking about maybe 3, 4, 5 years payback time.
Okay, thank you very much. You have all had very good stamina today. Thank you very much, Ragnar, for the presentation. And an applause to all the speakers today. And then Madis, I think it's you have drinks and mingling and networking in the adjacent room here, is it? It's okay, you're welcome. And see you tomorrow, early on.